Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Start. I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Commissioners, do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will move on. The next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of May 16th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? Commissioner Osborne, thank you. All those in favor? Approved. I would like to remind you that this is an open meeting as we go through the agenda today. Those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the clerk. Commissioners, we will now begin with the review of the order paper. Item 1, Chief Executive Officer's Report, June 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from TTC CEO, Rick Leary. Item 2, TTC's anti-racism strategy and anti-racism policy. I will hold this item in my name for questions. Item 3, extension of drug and alcohol testing contract. Would anyone like to hold this item? No? Okay. Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Commissioner Jagdale, all those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Wilson Bus Garage, item 4, Wilson Bus Garage, bus hoist replacement in bus repair area. Would anyone like to hold this item? Commissioner Sachs. Thank you. Item 5, procurement authorization, supply of mobile climate control bus parts. Would anybody like to hold this item? Commissioner Sachs. Thank you. Item 6, procurement authorization, supply of vapor bus parts. Would anybody like to hold this item? Commissioner Sachs. Item 7, financial and major projects updates for the period ended April 27th, 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a staff presentation. Item 8, amendment to TTC Special Constable Service 2023 annual report. Would anyone like to hold this item? Nope. Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Commissioner Osborne, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Item 9, KPMG LLP audit findings report on the Toronto Transit Commission consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2023. Item 10, draft consolidated financial statements of Toronto Transit Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2023. Item 12, annual review of TTC's safety, health, and environment management system. Items 9, 10, and 12 on today's agenda were considered by the TTC's Audit and Risk Management Committee at its meeting on June 5th. Commissioner Sachs, as chair of the Audit and Risk Management Committee, would you like to introduce these items?
Yes, thank you very much. So we had, first of all, with number 9, the audit findings, I was glad to hear KPMG gave a clean audit to the board. They have a number of red flags in their report, but if you follow the red flags down, they say this doesn't matter, it's not a problem. So in the end, they said they were happy. I have suggested they could present the report more clearly in future to tell us whether they do or do not have a problem, but in the end, they were happy. The second thing was the draft consolidated financial statements, which, as I say, they were happy with. That basically show what we all know about the situation of the TTC. Again, what it shows is that we got a lot of assets and we need to look after them, and we don't have enough money to keep everything up to date and replace the things we need to. But other than that, we're doing a reasonable job with the money that we have. And you want me to do 12 as well? And the annual review of the TTC's safe, healthy, Safety, Health, and Environment Management System shows that it is working. There was a meeting this week on Tuesday, I think, of the 54, count them 54, health and safety committees that the TTC has. So they get together once a year to at least compare notes and look for some common ground. And I did reach out to that meeting and invited them to present to the audit committee if there's any systemic issues that they think we should know about, which they said, thank you, but so far haven't asked for anything. So generally, lots and lots and lots and lots of paper, but no issues that seem to require the attention of this board.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Would you like to move these items?
Yes, I move that we receive these items and approve the financial statements.
If I may raise the point of order, just so I understand the process, we didn't mention 11.
I'm going to do that next.
Pardon me?
I'm going to do that next.
I see. Thank you so much.
So all those in favor of items 9, 10, and 11? Sorry, 9, 10, and 12? So, sorry. All those opposed? Items approved. Item 11, Toronto Transit Commission 2024 follow-up status of previous Auditor General's recommendations. This is another item transmitted for the board's consideration by the Audit and Risk Management Committee. We have 2 speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 13, TTC Pension Bylaw Amendments. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? I'll move them. All those in favor? Carries. Item 14, TTC Pension Plan Annual Report. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone move to receive this report?
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Item 5, TTC and ATU, item 15, TTC and ATU Local 113 Collective Agreement Ratification. I'll hold this item for questions in confidential session. Item 16, Large Litigation Matters. Would anyone like to hold this item? Yeah.
On a point of order, may I advise that it would be appropriate to ask my question, I think, in closed session?
Yes.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Holliday is holding to this item. Item 17, receipt of advice from external counsel. I'll hold this item for questions in confidential session. That concludes the review of the order paper. I'd like to move that we amend the order paper to consider item 7, financial and major projects updates for the period ended April 27, 2024 as the first item of business today, followed by confidential session for discussion of items 15, 16, and 17. I'd also propose that we recess at 1 p.m. for a lunch break and reconvene at 2 p.m. with item 1. The clerk has placed the proposed order on the screen. All those in favor of amending the order paper? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. So we will begin with the financial and major projects update for the period ended April 27, 2024. Staff have a presentation on this item, and with that, I'll turn it over to Karen Thorborn, Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. So good morning. Before you today is our regular quarterly major project update report. This report focuses on major capital projects and programs which comprise key capital investments across all modes. The report covers 20 major projects and programs that account for approximately 60% of the TTC's approved 10-year plan at a value of $7 billion. Some of these major projects, as you'll note in the report, are not fully funded, and this is noted in each individual write-up. Next slide, please. The focus of this presentation today is on one particular project, which you will note on page 4 of the major project update, is noted as Outlook Red. This is the new subway train procurement. It's noted red due to the lack of full funding availability to launch the RFP to the market. And at present, 2/3 of the funding required is available, $758 million in plan from the City of Toronto approved budget, and $758 million from the provincial government, conditional on the remaining $758 million coming from the federal government. This is part of the New Deal agreement. The purpose of this presentation is just to give a recap of the key issues and risks associated with not proceeding with the Line 2 train procurement, and to give you an update on the conversations to date that we've been having with federal government staff. Next slide, please. For context, as you know from prior reporting, critical investments are needed in the Line 2 subway to replace assets at the end of life and to modernize and upgrade the line for the future. Our Line 2 trains are approaching the end of their 30-year design life, starting in 2026. That's only 18 months away. And the existing signal system is age technology, also at the end of life. As we know, Line 2 is critical infrastructure within the mobility network, and demand for service on the line is expected to continue, particularly with the opening of the Scarborough subway extension in future years. Next slide, please. You may recall in November last year, we brought forward a report that outlined the investment options that are before the board, and in particular, the time sensitivity associated with restarting a train procurement given the age of the existing Line 2 trains. The recommended option was to replace the Line 2 trains with new trains, advance automatic train control technology on Line 2, and also to renew our Greenwood yard and shop to accommodate the new trains and to prepare for future. Each of these projects are also reported in the major project update report before you today, but I will note that it's only the train procurement that does not have the full funding necessary to proceed. And this is the key to unlocking Line 2 modernization in order for ATC to also proceed. A contingency plan was also outlined in event that full funding is not available to start a train procurement before Q1 2025 at the latest. I'll repeat, Q1 2025 in 8 months is the last decision point at which we will need to decide to redirect available city funding that we have in plan for trains to undertake a life extension overhaul. In addition to doing a 10-year life extension overhaul, we would have additional state of good repair requirements on that fleet to keep the life of those trains going to 40 years, in addition to additional state of good repair requirements on the aging fixed block signal infrastructure. I'll also note, as we previously reported, this only temporarily delays the need to start a new train procurement by 5 to 6 years, and by 2030, we once again will be seeking full funding to proceed with the train procurement. Next slide, please. What you see on this slide here is a summary of the costs that were presented to the board in November, focusing specifically on the Line 2 fleet investment required. In effect, the cost of delaying a train procurement another 5 to 6 years will result in doubling the level of investment needed in the Line 2 fleet. This is based solely on not having available funding in a timely basis. Next slide, please. In the MPU report, you will also note in the subway portfolio dashboard, a number of interdependent capital projects are currently noted yellow at risk. This is because they rely on the train procurement proceeding. In particular, ATC on Line 2, as I've mentioned, cannot be implemented without new trains for Line 2. And the 15 trains needed for expansion by the province and Metrolinx for the Scarborough subway extension and the Yonge North subway extension cannot be procured without an active train procurement to leverage. Also, our longer-term growth objectives tied with the Line 1 capacity enhancement program and the Line 2 capacity enhancement program would put us in a position where we would not be able to achieve target headweights by 2041. In effect, this is why the Line 2 trains continues to be a critical priority for this organization. Next slide, please. Buying new trains, as you know, unlocks the opportunity to modernize Line 2, enable growth, support sustainable transportation choices, and development of new transit-oriented communities. Not proceeding to procure trains will introduce a range of risks, including higher procurement costs, additional state of good repair investment, and sunk cost, foregone ridership due to insufficient capacity to meet demand, and negative impacts to the customer experience. As a result, securing full funding for the new train procurement and advancing Line 2 modernization is a critical priority and has been the basis of ongoing discussion and consultation between TTC staff, city staff, and government partners. Next slide, please. The need for the Line 2 trains and its impacts have been thoroughly discussed with senior level staff at all orders of government to ensure understanding of the need. We've had very productive discussions with Infrastructure Canada to better understand the opportunities that may be available once the new federal permanent transit fund officially launches. And as a key next step, we will be bringing forward a report to the board in detail in September, outlining next steps on Line 2 modernization and procurement strategies for trains and ATC. It is our strong desire to be in a position to recommend launching the RFP for the new trains in the September board report. We will continue to keep this board updated on the status of this critical project, and in particular, the program details of the new permanent transit fund once launched. Our hope that will happen pretty soon. But we do understand and want to make sure that this particular project is noted at high risk for this board, as we all need to keep attention on it. Questions? Happy to answer.
Thank you. Questions? Yeah, Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for
5
the
minutes.
presentation. Could you tell me a little bit about, besides the rolling stock itself, what other ingredients goes into the capital project for the replacement of the Line 2 trains? Are there other work? I think I heard something about signals, but could you give me a sense of the package that needs to be done?
Yes, of course. And maybe if I could ask Chrisanne if we could put up slide 4. So on the fleet side, we would need to do a 10-year life extension to keep them going as the trains come in for delivery. Under the best case scenario, we would be able to receive new trains starting in 2030. So we have a 4-year period between 2026 and 2030 to keep the existing fleet going. Automatic train control would also launch in parallel, and that's a critical program given the age of the existing fixed block system. And our intention would be to launch the RFP for ATC in parallel as we have information that we can proceed with the new trains. On top of that, we're also doing a renewal program for the Greenwood Yard Maintenance and Storage Facility to accommodate the new trains, plus there's also just basic asset rehabilitation work that needs to happen at the site.
Okay.
On top of that, there is other Line 2 stated good repair work that's in our capital investment plan, but these are the main 3 big projects that have been highlighted.
Okay, and then in terms of the package itself, what percentage is represented by just the rolling stock?
Just the rolling stock?
Yeah, compared to all the other stuff that you have to do.
In terms of dollar value?
Yeah, or is it a 50-50? Is it predominantly the rolling stock? And if we don't have that at your fingertips, it's okay.
I don't have the exact number offhand. It's probably about 50-50.
Okay.
But we have full funding for the other components.
Slightly different question, but important. I remember when Line 1 trains were replaced, they were running mixed conditions, where the old trains were still running along with the new ones for a period of time, if I remember correctly. Are the trains still interchangeable on the 2 lines?
I'll hand that to Rich Wong.
Through the chair, they can physically fit and they can still run on the 2 lines. However, the Line 2 trains are not equipped with ATC, so they still have to operate on a fixed block system. So we'd have to revert back to a fixed block system on Line 1, which creates a lot of inefficiencies. The number of moves you have to make is much longer. So technically, yes, you can still run them, but it's going to create an inefficient operation due to the different technologies.
So would it be a fair thing to say that we could take the trains off of Line 1 and put them on 2, but it's unlikely a train from Line 2 would go onto Line 1?
Take that. As it exists today, that's correct.
Okay.
And in the future, what we'd like to do is make sure that the interoperability between the lines would allow, as we had previous to ATC, trains to move back and forth, work trains to move back and forth.
And so where I'm finally going with the question is it a fair takeaway for me to say that if the capital work on line 2 doesn't go through and the funding doesn't go through, we will have two kinds of systems. The people that live on the east-west route will have old trains and all of the things that come with that. And the people that live on the north-south route will continue to enjoy the new trains. And we won't see a situation where some are taken from one to the other. It's too bad. The old ones are the old ones. I don't even know, maybe you know if all the air conditioning works or not, but, you know, they would be distinctly different. And you know, I think that matters, right? Because then it becomes regional. Is that a fair understanding of what we're looking at here?
Chair, yes, that's correct. Line 2 would be degraded relative to line 1.
And it would stay degraded, and one wouldn't become slightly degraded to help line 2, they just won't mix.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. My question was with regarding to the extension of life mitigation. I mean, we've had experience with that, and it didn't end well with the SRT, as we know. So what I hear you say is that if we were to use that fully, we really could go to 2030. Is that right? Or 2026? Which of the two are really the?
So our existing trains right now are designed to go to 2026. If we were forced to do a 10-year life extension, it would take us to 2036.
2036.
2036, sorry, yeah, 2036. Starting in 2036, we would need to start replacing those line 2 trains again because they'd be 40 years age starting in 2036.
Okay.
And then the signaling infrastructure is also, we need an ongoing state of good repair program post 2035, which is something that needs to be scoped out.
So it's a bit of a patchwork
Yes.
solution. So really what you're saying to us from a risk perspective is that the 2026, 2036 period is a pretty precarious stage we would be in because failures could happen. That's how I'm interpreting it. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but so really my question is, as we present the case to the various levels of government to get the funding, are we illustrating that really, really clearly, that the risk element and the fact really that we could be faced with a position where service is not only precarious, but it could actually end. So we could get to a point where line 2, if there is no funding, can't operate. So not only are they, would they be using old trains, in fact, we could be, because there would be no way that we could provide, or is there a way then that we could provide bus service like we did at the SRT? It seems to me it's a pretty complex and very precarious situation.
We have had extensive discussions about the risks associated with line 2, including given the fact that there are expansion project plans underway with the Scarborough subway extension. We understand that they are well understood. The remaining challenge is the availability of a funding program to tap into, which we have been working with them on. But I can assure you that the risks have been shared and discussed, and we've been working actually closely also with the Ministry of Transportation to communicate that as well to the federal government.
So is that something that then I think could be brought back to this board? Because I think we also need to fully understand what those risks are.
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, I would really strongly suggest that we be kept apprised so that not only are you discussing those risks behind closed doors in those meetings, but that they are very visible to us as a board, but also to council and to all riders, so that we can also put pressure and underline the importance of getting that funding.
Yes, through the chair, we intend to bring a full report to the board on September 24th in detail on the latest information on line 2, all assets, plus bring forward some recommendations on clear next steps, particularly, regardless of whether funding is made available or not made available, because we are heading into the 25 budget process, recognizing this is a high risk for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Can you pull up the slide that compares the two, the preferred option and the fallback plan?
Slide 4. Slide 4. Thanks.
So how many years are we getting if we are forced into this contingency plan? How many years of continued service are we getting? We get 10 years, 10 extra years?
It gets you out to 2040, roughly, but there'll be additional investment that's required. So
I know, I'm just trying to figure out how many years and what it's costing us. So we get like 5 years or 10 years or 12 years for 4 billion. What's the math here?
You get 5 years before you have to restart the train procurement all over again.
So how many years of actual prolonged life? So we're going to get 10 extra years out of those trains if we do this refurbishment?
Yes.
We're going to get 10 years, and the total bill is going to be an incremental
It's nearly double the cost.
4 billion? An incremental 4 billion for 10 years of service. I mean, I'm really glad you have a contingency plan. Believe me, we have to have it. There are a lot of people, like a ridiculous number of people, if you compare to what a Gardner Expressway carries or a Lakeshore carries, who need this, but it's a very bad deal, and we all know that. I think we can all agree this is like a crisis. Anyway, so that being the state, I'm just wondering, I know you said that we've been speaking with staff, political staff. The province is on board contingent on the federal government chinning up. So far, they've resisted the urge to join us. So I'm wondering what else we need to do if we have an evolved plan on how we can elevate the level of urgency, because I think it's fairly well accepted down the chain. It's just not gotten to the people clearly who it needs to in Ottawa. Do we have a plan to escalate? And if you need any help, I'm sure there are a lot of people around this table who would assist.
So through the chair, there has been close collaboration with political staff on our side to have those right conversations. We'll say part of the reason for bringing this presentation and highlighting this here is to bring to the attention that we may be seeking additional support in elevating the level of the conversation if the permanent transit fund is not launched, quite frankly, in the coming weeks.
Okay.
And as we go out to the board meeting in September, are internally having conversations about generally just broader campaign to communicate the need for sustainable funding for public transit, of course, of which this particular project is a key priority.
Okay, so I would suggest on this particular issue, as opposed to funding transit in general, which obviously everyone supports here, that this is very specific, and I think great if it's considered with, but I'm wondering if now is the time to address the politicians themselves, in particular, those MPs who represent Toronto and area ridings, because they will feel it if stuff starts to go wrong on line 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Any other questions? You want a second round? Sure. Okay, I have a few quick questions. So I understand that if we don't receive the money by Q1 2025, then we will have to start planning for different scenarios of refurbishment. So do you have any indication of how this will affect the 2024 budget cycle?
So through the chair, part of the reason we want to bring a report to the board in September is to give clearer direction on what we think needs to happen in our 2025 budget submission. As mentioned, ideally, we want to be in a position to launch RFP. If we are not, the November board report did lay out the cost scenarios of the contingency plan scenario as well, and that will be considered as part of the budget submission. But ideally, we'll be in a place to give a firmer recommendation in September so that there is clarity for the 2025 budget process.
If I may just add, Chair, if you don't mind, I think the key issue here is that the funding that we actually have in place to acquire the trains are 1/3, as well as funding for ATC, which is fully funded, would have to be repurposed to essentially pay for the scenario 2 in the event we don't get the funding. And then that $4 billion that's been identified by Karen is us starting all over again to try to find the funding. So what we would see in the budget is essentially that need to repurpose, and we would lose the capacity to procure and would have to find ways to raise those funds all over again. Need more money.
Thank you. And every quarter that we delay, it's approximately $120 million of costs go up, correct?
That sounds correct.
Right? And does the money for the new trains, does that include the refurbishment of Greenwood Yard?
Greenwood Yard is a separate project that's funded in our capital plan.
So is that a fully funded project?
It is within the 10-year period, as well as ATC. It's just the remaining $758 million for the Line 2 trains that is outstanding.
Thank you. And what is this could be any other jurisdiction, are there examples of other jurisdictions that have extended the life cycle of trains beyond even 10 years and done automatic train control as well?
Maybe if I could pass that to Rich.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So are there other jurisdictions that have extended the life cycles of trains beyond sort of this 10-year mark that we're looking at 30-year-old trains? And have also introduced automatic train control with those as part of those refurbishments?
To the best of my knowledge, Chair, I'm not aware of anybody that's extended past 40 years and then also added on train control systems.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Holliday, you had a second round of questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry for doing this, but it's a fairly quick one. I've been through many development application processes as a member of council, and often there's a question, the TTC buses here are already full. What are you going to do, councillor, because this is being approved by council and we can't fit on the bus? And, the answer back is as development occurs, growth happens and you add another bus. Straightforward enough. But in this case, there isn't a valve to add more capacity. And in fact, not only is this the replacement of rolling stock for state of good repair, but there's an increase in throughput on that line because of the signal systems and the capacity. Can you tell me what the mechanism is between TTC and city planning to help city planning understand the impact and the ability for the city to accommodate development within the vicinity of Line 2? And can you help me write a motion to council that would give council the ability or the line of sight so that if they had to refuse an application for housing because we don't have the ability to move anyone? Maybe the second one's rhetorical, but the first one is really important. Like, is there a connection between TTC and planning, and what is it?
Sure. Through the chair, we actually have regular ongoing work with city planning, the transportation planning group, where we do shared modeling. So all of our demand modeling for the lines is done in partnership with the City of Toronto City Planning Department. It's on that basis that different scenarios are run based on population, land use, employment use to determine what will be the demand on the line. And that is actually the basis of the demand numbers that were reported to the board in November, and is why we've been showing that without these trains, there will be crowding based on what is already expected to happen by 2041. So there is shared understanding that we do the modeling together. In terms of how that translates into a development application process, I would need to go back and find an answer to that, but they are certainly aware of what our capacity is and what the requirements are on the capital side.
Yeah, so the confirmation is planning has access to this information and could report, the impact of the TTC's inability to increase the throughput on that line over the long term. They can model that into their decisions.
Yes, that's correct. And they actually did in their last transit priorities report signal the issue of TTC state of good repair as a top priority because of this particular issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, do we have speakers on the item? No. Commissioner Sacks?
You just asked if I wanted to speak on this?
Yes.
Well, I mean, obviously, sorry. We need the money. We desperately need the money, right? I mean, that's been clear for a long time. It's one of the things that was super clear in the enterprise risk management exercise that went through is that we're all working really hard for a service that we know is critical for the people of the city. And we're doing it hamstrung because we can't spend the money we know we have to spend to keep the service going, because we have to be begging from the federal and provincial governments, because the city isn't allowed the financial tools to pay for the things we need to do. So it's a learned kind of helplessness. But yes, at this point, we all need to be screaming. The one thing that we all know is the federal government depends a lot on MPs from Toronto. So everybody who's here, have you called your MP about this? This is something where we need everyone who cares about the TTC and everyone who needs the TTC to pester your MP. We are all doing it. You all need to do it. The press needs to make it clear. This has to be the story we tell over and over and over and over again. The federal government is pulled in many directions. They keep saying, look at all the money we've spent on Toronto. And they have done some important things, but this is critical, and we can't do it without them. So the message for everybody is, please call, write your MP, do it over again, do it over again. If there's a public meeting, wish your MP, go and ask. It's going to take everybody's effort, or we're not going to have these cars. And we have to have the cars and the signals. Thank you. And I'm moving a motion. All right, where's my motion? There we are, there's my motion. Well, it's good to have help. Yes, we're gonna have a media campaign. At least I think we should have a media campaign. We need to have the TTC riders, everybody who uses our system every day, which is a very large number of the people of the city, they're not sitting here in this room. They need to know that what they take for granted, what they depend on, is at risk, and that we urgently need the money from the federal government. So yes, I had this totally original idea by myself of that we should have a media campaign. So that's my motion. Did I miss anything else?
Thank you. Any questions of the mover?
Do you need a second there?
No. Okay. Any other speakers? Seeing none? Okay. All those in favor of the motion by Commissioner Sacks? Opposed? Motion carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. So, Commissioners, I will now read the resolution to recess as the committee of the whole. Can I have the clerk please post the resolution? That the TTC Board recess and sit as the committee of the whole to consider the following confidential items. Item 15, TTC and ATU Local 113 Collective Agreement Ratification. Confidential attachment. This report contains information about labor relations or employee negotiations. Item 16, large litigation matters. Confidential attachment. This report contains advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Item 17, receipt of advice from external counsel, confidential attachment. This report contains information that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Yeah. Okay. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We require an in-camera discussion, and we will now be moving into closed session. I'd ask that any TTC staff not identified as participants and members of the public joining in person today kindly leave the room. We will return to the public session and the live broadcast at the end of this session. Thank you.
Yeah, Dave.
Commissioner Sacks. Ratification. Yes. So we will have a recorded vote on the ratification. All those in favor?
Vice Chair De Laurentiis, your vote? Sorry, recorded vote. Commissioner Holliday? Commissioner Jagdeo? Commissioner Kim? Commissioner Moyes?
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne?
In favor?
Commissioner Sacks?
In favor.
Chair Myers?
In favor.
The motion carries. The vote is 7-1 in favor.
Thank you. So we just considered, that's okay, large litigation matters. Can I have someone move the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Next, we just considered the receipt of advice from external counsel. We did that already.
Same thing.
Oh, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. So we are going to take a lunch recess from now until, and we will be back at 2:30. So only half an hour behind. Yeah. Not bad. I thought we were way further behind. Yeah.
Do you guys want to do a quick audio check? We got a pull box on the desk over there, and then obviously the one on the, I see a thumbs up. That's a very good sign. And whoever's white card, I'm going to steal it to give it to the group for a white balance. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We'll keep going with an audio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
The audio in on YouTube is still active. Just wanted to let you guys know.
Yes, thank you. We know. Are we good for audio? Checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. June the 20th. We're good? Perfect. I only one request. Bright tape.
Skin look quasi okay for you? Yeah, you're good? You're good? Okay.
Who's giving us the cue?
Yes.
Anytime? Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I thought it was important that I let you know that this morning, I advised the board of the TTC of my intention to resign as CEO of the TTC, effective August 30th. Just now, the board accepted my resignation. In many ways, I'm going to tell you this was a difficult decision, but in other ways, I'm going to tell you it was a little bit easier than one may think. And I'm going to say, let me explain. As many of you know, I was recognized for 10 years of service here at the TTC last month. I can tell you what an incredible 10 years it has been. I'd go as far as saying that this has been the most rewarding experience in my 4 decades in public transit. But for many people, a decade in any job also brings with it some self-reflection when it comes to personal and professional goals and objectives. This year, I turned 61 years old, and I believe there are some new opportunities and challenges awaiting me. I am not going to fully retire. And that's where I am, why I'm here today, looking for the next chapter of my career. Some will ask about the timing of this announcement. I'm going to say that's fair. For me, it was about seeing that one last major undertaking over the finish line. And that was the new collective agreement with the ATU 113, our largest union partner. I believe that it was my duty and obligation to ensure that a new agreement was in place before I stepped down. And if we'd not reached an agreement, I needed to be here to steer the organization to a labor disruption. But thankfully, that did not happen. We got an agreement. It all worked out well. Good for the city. And that means 3 more years of labor peace and 3 years of full transit service for the millions of customers who rely on us every day. And I'm proud of this deal. Just as proud of, and it's just as proud of the many other things that we've accomplished in my time here at the TTC. Now, I'll let you know I joined the TTC in 2014 when I was lured away from York Region Transit to serve as the Chief Service Officer under then CEO Andy Byford, a good friend of mine. My primary responsibility at the time was for surface operations, bus and streetcar services. Andy also honored me by naming me the Deputy CEO of the TTC. My task was to improve the surface network operations and address things like the poor on-time performance and streetcar short turns that were a regular source of frustration for customers in this city. I was also in charge of the Capital State of Good Repair Program to address the replacement and upgrades of track, power facilities, and vehicles. These initiatives helped the TTC win the 2017 APTA Transit System of the Year Award, something that I know that Andy Byford was very proud of. Now, when I was named the permanent CEO in July of 2018, I never lost sight of those core responsibilities. But I knew there was much more that was needed to be done when it became to changing the culture of this organization or this corporation. And this resulted in a number of firsts for the TTC, things I'm very proud of. Together with this board and the amazing TTC staff, we did a number of things, and I'm going to let you know what they are. We hired the first ever Chief of Diversity and Culture and created the first ever action plan on diversity and inclusion. Now, this was groundbreaking and award-winning plan that ensures everyone who rides and works at the TTC feels welcome and safe. We also changed recruitment processes to ensure our workforce reflects our customers in the city in which we serve. And I'm also very proud that we created the first international chapter of Conference of Minority Transit Officials in the Toronto region. We created our very first, as you recall, capital investment plan for the TTC that outlines where investments are needed to ensure the long-term health of our infrastructure. Through that plan, we secured billions of dollars for new vehicles. You think of the 60 streetcars and all the buses that we're having rolling in now, station upgrades, and expansion, young and blue, something well needed for the future of this city to ensure the vibrancy. I want to make sure I do thank elected officials at all levels of government having the opportunity to meet the Premier, the Prime Minister, and all the individual MPs and MPPs. It's been an incredible honor. I want to thank them for what they've done for this organization. We created the first data and analytics group that started using modern technology to improve service performance through real-time data collection. And how can we forget that we also prioritized the greening of the TTC fleet with the purchase of the first battery electric, all electric buses with complete conversion to zero emissions by 2040. And we're ahead of schedule on that. There's plenty more that I'd like to talk about. It's been an incredible opportunity to be here and just quickly mention, managing service through COVID-19, the pandemic. Right, the things that the city that we did for the city, the cyber incident, incredible experience is something I'd never want to experience again. Now, I need to be clear. These accomplishments are not mine on alone, and in this case, many of them are still in the works and they're ongoing. And I've always said nobody does anything themselves. It's all about partnerships and cooperation. The credit of any success that I have goes to the 17,000 incredible employees in this organization and the exceptional senior leadership and management team. I'm going to say both past and present. I cannot begin to thank them enough for buying into our new vision and working tirelessly to implement it. Like me, they all understand our company is about the customer service first and foremost. It's all about the customer. The TTC employees, too, and TTC employees, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. You've made me proud every day. I also want to thank the boards and chairs that I've worked with. I always felt their support and guidance was almost always directed towards achieving the best customer experience possible. Again, it's all about the customer. So to Josh Cole, our late friend Jay Robinson, John Burnside, and the current chair beside me, Jamal Myers, I say thank you. I'd also like to say thank you to the former Mayor John Tory, as well as the current Mayor, Olivia Chow. They were both willing to have difficult discussions about ways to keep the city moving better, but they always understood and backed us of all of our needs. We're very fortunate in this organization. I have a few other people I'd like to thank if I could as well. I want to thank the former Chair of York Region, Bill Fish, for taking a chance on a guy from Boston to lead York Region Transit back in 2009. Moving here opened the door for me to becoming fulfilling a dream of becoming a Canadian citizen, like the hockey heroes in my childhood. I'm very proud of that. I'll never forget August 13th, 2019. So I also want to say thank you to my friend Andy Byford and Gary Webster for their vision and foresight before me. They knew that innovation and service excellence were the key to the TTC's success. So I'm really standing on their shoulders. Like they did, I hope that I'm leaving the organization in a better position to continue to succeed for years to come. Now, just last and certainly not the least, I think it's important that I acknowledge and say thank you to my wife of 27 years, Anne Marie, my children, Brian and Caroline, and my Canadian-born daughter, Courtney. When I uprooted, first the three of them, obviously the Canadian-born was from here. When I uprooted their lives and moved them to another country in 2009, their love and support never wavered. They've always been there for me, and in many cases tolerating me. And I'm grateful for that. Even through the pandemic, when things changed in our family, they continue to stand by me. So I really am a very fortunate person, and many people have heard me say I'm the luckiest person in Ontario. So as I said at the outset, I'll be stepping down effective August 30th. Until then, I am going to continue to lead this organization with pride and honor. And not to ruin the surprise, but I am looking forward to an August chair when we get the chance to announce the new service that's going to be provided in September, right? Continuing the focus that you've been driving with the mayor, so that's all good news. So again, thank you all for being here, and it was a great opportunity to thank you and tell my story. So I'll ask Chair if you'd like to say a few words, and we can take some questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by saying that Rick Leary has served at the TTC for 10 years, 6.5 of those as CEO. During that time, he's been committed to providing reliable, safe service while ensuring high standards of customer care to millions of transit riders annually. Today, I want to announce that Rick Leary has informed the board that he will be retiring from the TTC effective August 31st, 2024. Rick will continue his role until then and assist in helping with the transition. As this chapter in Toronto Stories closes, we are grateful for Rick's contributions to the TTC successes over the past decade. He established performance standards for service quality, vehicle reliability, cost control, and personnel. Rick has undertaken major cultural change programs and implemented many firsts for the TTC. Under his leadership, the TTC hired its first ever Chief of Diversity and Culture and created the first ever action plan on diversity and inclusion, a groundbreaking plan that has won 2 awards. Rick has decided to pursue new opportunities, and I'm sure he will share his plans with you at an appropriate time and forum. For now, we will take this opportunity to acknowledge his many contributions to the great legacy of the TTC and wish him well in all of his future endeavors. The TTC will announce the next steps towards new leadership, including an interim CEO in the coming weeks. There will be no stoppage of any ongoing projects and no disruption of daily service. Rick and I will now be happy to take any questions you may have.
Rick, just wondering, late last year, it seemed that there was an attempt to discipline you, or there seemed to be some sort of rumblings that there was an attempt to see you depart. I'm just wondering, did that at all lead to your decision to move on?
No, I'm just going to tell you, and you heard me say it, why I'm decided to move on. This is under my terms. I'm excited. I think it's an opportunity for the organization to be led in a new direction. Hey, I'm 61 years old, like I said. For me, it's what do I want to do next? I'm looking forward to taking a trip with my family, to be honest with you.
But Rick, since that meeting, have you been negotiating an exit from the TTC?
No, this really is about my telling the chair, I think it's time to go. I'm very grateful for the career I've had. This is on my terms. I'm very happy. And that's why I'm staying to the end of August. I'm obligated, right, to perform per my contract to stay.
But Rick, did you feel like you were able to lead in the same manner since all that stuff happened towards the end of last year?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You have 2 mayors, 4 different boards, 4 different chairs. Everyone manages and leads a little differently, right? But no, that's we continue to provide good quality service every day. We have our challenges, don't get me wrong. Right, and we're very transparent about that. We come to the board every month and share that. But no, you've seen we're still plugging along.
So you have a couple months left here. What are kind of the bigger things that you want to see accomplished or kind of in process before you leave?
Well, as I said at the very end there, I'm looking forward to establishing, getting that service correctly outlined for us for September. That's another big win for the city. We look at the streets and we see people coming back. We're hearing about the people coming back to the office more and more. Ridership's ticking up. It's a vibrant city again. It's the feel. So it's good.
So just to be clear, that what we understood from that November meeting, much of it was in camera and secret, was that there was an investigation launched into alleged workplace conduct. Was your departure influenced by that, or any findings that were presented to this board today?
No, this is purely me deciding at the right time, from a family perspective, it was time to go. This was, it's on my terms. I'm very proud of this.
You said the timing coincides with getting a deal done with the union. Why not wait until
The last few years, diversity is an issue that wasn't being addressed, and I should see it. And would I have liked to have gone a little faster? Would I have liked to have brought some of these plans in sooner? But many times you say to yourself, it's better to do it right, than have it come too fast. So I'm very happy.
You mentioned that you've been here since 2009, that one of your children was born here, that used to be here. Are you just a Canadian now, or are you from
You know, I tell people I'm a proud American, but I'm a very honored Canadian. I love it here in Canada. You know, I am going to go back and spend some time back there with my family, a little time on Cape Cod, you know, maybe do a trip or two with my wife. So I'm looking forward to that.
Councilor Myers, if we could just get your thoughts on the events transpired in November. I think a lot of people will look at this today, wonder, has the board forced Mr. Fury out?
I can confirm that is not the case. Rick resigned to pursue new opportunities, and, you know, to break board confidentiality, we were all sad to see him go. There was a lot of appreciation for the work that he had done, the dedication he had served the organization, particularly through the pandemic, and really with respect to, you know, personally speaking, the work he did at diversity. I've heard from employees throughout the ranks that Rick was the most committed CEO the TTC has ever had to really improving diversity in the ranks, and that is a proud legacy. So yes, we were all sad to see this. But we're happy for him for this trip to Cape Cod, yes. So neither I nor any board member should be commenting on any board-initiated investigations.
Even if this may have helped encourage your current CEO to start looking around for what could come next?
Again, same answer. We don't comment on any board-initiated investigations. And again, just to put the focus back, we're here to celebrate Rick. We're here to thank him for his service. 10 years is a long time, 7 years as CEO. There have been some major accomplishments under his leadership. And, you know, he's leaving on a good note. He just got a collective agreement with our largest union that saved the city from chaos. And I think we can all breathe a sigh of relief that, you know, Rick's leadership was there helping us get that deal.
How does the job search work now?
We will be making announcements in the coming weeks. And again, but today, focus is on Rick.
But, you know, I think a lot of people concerned with the TTC would like to know that your ducks are in a row and the job search is going to be happening quickly. Can you give them any sense of how that's going to work?
I can confirm that we will make an announcement in the coming weeks for the public, for those that care about the TTC, that those that rely on the TTC, such as myself. There will be no disruption to service. It will be business as usual at TTC.
Well, if we could shift back to what we were talking about this morning before this happened, what are you going to be doing to make sure that the federal government is actually looking at phoning with that money?
So as part of what we did this morning, we actually passed the campaign, a motion asking that the TTC develop a media campaign to really explain to the public the importance of getting the money for the Line 2 trains, and also to add some pressure to the federal government that this is important. It's important for the economic and social well-being of the city and of their constituents. It's important for the cities in terms of climate. It's important for the city in terms of, you know, helping us solve this gridlock problem that plagues the city. So we are confident that we will get there. We know the mayor has been negotiating hard. We know the mayor has been very successful in securing these types of deals, as has Rick Leary. So we are confident that we will get there, that a lot of good work has gone on behind the scenes to get us to that place.
Councilor, I asked Rick this question I asked you too, is it frustrating to know that it's not like the federal government isn't going to pay, they're going to give you the money at some point. Is it frustrating that they don't have the same urgency that the provincial and city government?
Yeah, it is frustrating because every quarter that we wait, I think the cost increases by about $120 million. That money has to come from somewhere, and where that money is going to come from is ultimately from the city's taxpayers. The city has set aside money for our 1/3 share of the Line 2 trains. We have also set aside money to bring in automatic train control on Line 2. So the money, that $120 million that we're basically spending on delaying, is coming from those funds, and then we'll still have to replenish it because these trains will need to be replaced at some point.
Councilor, the motion this morning is a little vague in terms of the media campaign itself. Is there going to be money coming from the TTC budget to fund that?
So that is something, we left it intentionally vague. We really wanted to not micromanage staff. We really wanted to give them the room to come up with what they view would be an effective campaign. The TTC has had a lot of success doing this. So we really wanted to give them the flexibility to come up with a campaign that we believe would be successful in helping us to secure the money needed for the Line 2 trains.
Do you fear, though, that if you leave the door open to spending
I mean, we would much rather just get the money right now and not have to go through a campaign. So if that was a possibility, we would very much take that offer. But again, we understand that, these things take time, but we really do need to impress not just upon the politicians, but upon the public of why this money is needed for these new trains.
Does it strike you as just odd that it's going to take yet another public campaign where you have to drag the federal government kicking and screaming to pay for something?
I wouldn't say odd. The federal government has been a funding partner for many of these projects. So the Scarborough Subway, the new purchase of the streetcars, the Young Bloor capacity expansion. So we know that they will get there. These things take a bit of work. There's always negotiations happening in the background. We know the mayor is on top of this. This has been one of her top files. She's been, consistently, successful in securing money for transit. So we know those conversations are happening in the background, but it is a bit frustrating, I will say, that, we have to do this knowing that, eventually the money will have to come from somewhere and the federal government will have to pay its 1/3 share historically as it has always done.
Councilor Myers, just one more question from my colleagues here. I went back to resignation. Is it getting any severance as part of it?
So Rick has worked at the TTC for 10 years, so there will be appropriate compensation, but those will be made in due time.
Will that be made public?
Yes, on the sunshine list.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we will go to item 1, the CEO's report. With that, I'll invite CEO Rick Leary to address the board.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, as well as our YouTube viewers and those participants for today's board meeting. It's a pleasure. And I want to welcome everyone to, today's the first day of summer, so it feels good. It's hot, but it does feel good that summer's here.
And the longest day of the year.
Yes, which is nice. It's nice. Commissioners, as you know, I really do enjoy sharing stories of employee excellence with you and having employees come in to meet you personally. Today, I'd like to introduce you to Monique Blake, a streetcar operator. I'm Monique, who's been with the TTC for just 10 months, as well as our customer, Michelle Marie Beer, who goes by Mish. Thank you for being here as well, Mish. I'll let you know that on the evening of Saturday, June 1st, Monique was operating on the 510 Spadina route. After pulling into Spadina Station, she noticed a customer who appeared to be in distress. And that was Mish. Monique approached Mish and offered assistance. Mish was unable to walk and reported feeling dizzy. Now Monique became quite concerned about Mish needed attention and immediately notified the central control so EMS could be called. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you know that Monique's mom was a long-term care nurse before retiring and had spoken about warning signs of serious brain conditions during her life, which is amazing, and she remembered. So what I'm going to actually do now is I'm going to ask Mish and Monique to tell their story, if you would, at yourselves. It's better than I can tell it, you know?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. This magical night, I was coming home from the Blue Jays game, the 14-inning walk-off, amazing City Connect, awesome game. And for a couple of months leading up to that particular night, I had what I thought was, according to Dr. Google, my primary physician, post-concussion syndrome. The first time I fell earlier in the year in January was ironically off the 510 streetcar going the other way, going to the dome. And I passed it off as just dizziness, and I had no idea what was happening in my brain. So on the night of the game, I was heading home like I always do on the 510, heading home. And because it was so backed up, because it was so late, all the trains were in the tunnel. And Monique, I didn't know her name at the time, said that if you wanted to exit, you had to go through the front doors because we were still in the tunnel. Everybody jumped up and went, and I jumped up as well and got dizzy. And I thought it was just because I stood up too fast. Didn't even think anything of it. Let everybody go, headed to the front doors, and was met by Monique at the front door. And she was like, I would like you to see EMS. I think, there's something you should be seen for. You're just not steady on your feet. And I was mortified. I was like, please don't make me be the announcement. Attention TTC passengers, we're delayed. I was like, I couldn't do it. And I knew there were trains in the tunnel. And I was like, just mortified that I was going to be the delay. And she said, you're not the delay, I'm the delay. And, what felt like an hour, it was probably maybe 10, 15 minutes. And she had just heated up her dinner. And I was like, please eat your dinner. I know you guys, you work so hard and it's been such a long night. And then we just chatted. There was another fellow that helped steady me. And we chatted. He's a teacher. And Monique is a mom, so we were talking about screen time and something, and she just put me at ease about holding up all these passengers. And EMS came, and off I went in my magical ambulance ride. And almost a week to the day later, I had life-saving emergency brain surgery. There was an angry, splody brain tumor trying to get out that I had no idea. And the very first person I thought of when I woke up in recovery was her. I had to find the woman that saved my life. And so the next day on Twitter, in my own way, I was like, so this happened, like a selfie post-brain surgery. And I said, because this amazing woman wouldn't let me off her streetcar that night. And I need to find her, and I need her awarded as high as it can go in the city for saving my life. And unbeknownst to me, I have a lot of drivers that follow me on Twitter. So I had DMs on Saturday morning saying, if you can find one detail, or pinpoint it, we'll find her. And another little piece of the magic that night is that the supervisor and I shared the exact same birthday within like 2 years of each other. Because when he was taking and I don't know his name, and I apologize that I didn't seek him out, but he said, what's your birthday? And I was like, September 13th. And he went, no way. And I went, no way. So that was in there. So that little tidbit. And I knew the year. So I was able to actually say, I have the date of birth of the supervisor that you could probably pinpoint because he took all the details. I saw him write the car number and the name and the la la la. And within 2 hours on Saturday morning, I had her email and I was able to personally thank her and meet her virtually and thank her for saving my life. And then I set about making sure that she was honored for her service. And then we magically met a week later, and now we are friends for life. We are friends for life.
Well, thank you, Mish. That was a wonderful story. Monique, I don't want to put you on the spot. No, okay. Yeah,
it's going to be really hard to follow that. But just as Mish stated, everything she said was actually correct. My main concern actually was just that she did not want to get help because she was afraid that she was inconveniencing everyone. And that was really, that's what really kind of broke my heart. And even when we spoke, after she told me that when she had her fall previously, that nobody basically helped her, nobody saw her, and I found that very strange. But just to pick up where she left off, so when EMS took her, I genuinely didn't think it was going to be anything of this magnitude. I just thought someone just needed help, EMS will come, they will take her. So when I went back into service and I was leaving the tunnel, I just said okay, a quick prayer for her. And I just said, angels, just please go with her, and I thought of her after that, but I wasn't too sure. And then on a Saturday, I received, a message from one of the individuals, members from the Joint Health and Safety Committee, and he said, hey, did you help somebody? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay, so here's what happened. And I kid you not, I froze. I couldn't believe that all of this was unfolding. He was saying, yes, they took her right away. She had to do emergency brain surgery. Just what's happening. You saved her life. You saved her life. And I was just like, okay, oh, wow, right? And then he said, she wants your email. Would you be comfortable? And again, I just sent her something simple. I said, hey, Mish, I've been praying for you. I hope you're okay. And then she sent me back the whole, I was like, oh my goodness. So overall, I'm truly just happy that she's okay and that she genuinely got the help that she deserved. And I told her on the streetcar, you're never inconveniencing anyone. If you need help, just ask for help. No matter how busy people are, I believe people will stop if you say, I need help. So please, just ask for help.
That was fabulous. Thank you, Monique. It was so nice of you. I just want to be able to say that, you are truly a lifesaver. There's no doubt about that, and you're both so well-spoken. I thank you for being here on that. I just want to make sure the board is well aware, and I always say this, you're an example of the kind of person that this organization that really takes the care and compassion for our customers and does a great job day in and day out. We have put accommodation for Monique in her file, just so the board is well aware of that, and as well as my friend Marvin over there, the president of the union. But that's on behalf of the entire TTC family. I just want to take this opportunity to publicly acknowledge you, or both of you in this case, and say thank you. And if we could, we'd love to take a picture with you up front. If we could do that, Chair. Perfect.
Before you start, can I get one quick photo with the member?
No, I'm not gonna throw you over. Should be.
Me? Oh, me too? I don't know. He's here. Ah, that's all right. Yeah, okay.
All right, let's do it over here. Carl, get in. You want to share numbers or glaring on? Okay, so as long as there's no glare in your face. Renee? Where's Renee? Okay.
She's trying to say shift over because there's too much glare.
Shift over here.
Sorry, everybody, but we're taking this one.
I know, that's all right.
All right.
Don't mind.
Very quickly. Okay. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, everyone. I just always enjoy recognizing employees of this organization with amazing work that they do. It's not easy, as we know. Commissioners, I'm going to ask you to allow me to draw your attention to the hot topics section in this month's CEO report. As per the board's request, we've provided updates on work car investigations, fair and compliance, safety and security measures on the TTC, and a look ahead at the 5-year accessibility plan. Now on the work cars with the hydraulics, a third-party review on vehicle specifications and maintenance procedures has been started by Hatch on May 17th, and we do expect an interim report that will be coming to us this summer. We can also advise you that the APTA peer review has been scheduled for early July. In parallel, the TTC, to the third-party reviews, the TTC has completed the following internally. We have conducted a preliminary root cause analysis on each failure. We've performed a fleet-wide inspection of all the work cars and the hydraulic systems. We've increased preventive maintenance inspections before the work cars are released for service, including pre-trip hydraulic system inspection. We're going to continue to provide regular updates to the board as the investigation advances. On fair compliance, following the staff presentation at February's board meeting, the fair compliance hot topics this month provides an early results of the 25+ initiatives underway. Now, to help to tackle fare evasion, we're expanding on insights from our audit, the risk compliance department. We have strengthened our focus on education, the physical environment, and enforcement and equity. And efforts that are underway include some of the following. A complete review of stations for gaps in the fare gate lines. It's funny what you start realizing can actually happen in the stations. You know, we started deploying secondary entrances and identifying illegal entry hotspots such as bus bays, having staff at these locations identifying it, and a big help from our frontline operators for their insights in identifying specific times and locations. So that was very helpful. I'd also let you know that the body-worn camera for fare inspectors, as well as our special constables, is now underway, as well as a mobile ticketing pilot for streetcar and station inspections as that began and is in progress. A full year progress report will be coming back to this board in the third quarter of this year. You know, and as we all know, and I continue to say, fair revenue and fair compliance are critical for sustaining reliable public transit. The TTC is committed to maximizing its fare revenue through ridership recovery and fare compliance. Fare evasion erodes passenger revenues and limits our ability to fund reliable transit and reinvest in our service. Well, there's more money that we also know as I move on, while there's more to do when it comes to enhanced safety, security, and incident response, we are seeing some trending and going in the right direction. You know, we have seen a slight uptick this month in offenses against employees, and we're currently reviewing or looking at that data to determine the cause. A full report, progress report will be coming to the board next month as we look forward to giving you the updates on our efforts with our partners from the city. You know, we're continuing with our comprehensive approach and using a multidisciplinary partnership with our city partners, Toronto Police, Toronto Public Health, and several other partners when it comes to the safety and security of our system for our employees and our customers. Now, we also have the 5-year accessibility plan that's scheduled to be before you, this board in Q3 of this year as well. We've provided a preview of some of the more robust consultation process that's and the results seeking feedback during the plan's development. Staff have had over 1,000 customer interactions with the pop-ups and stations and the public forum, as well as receiving over 400 online survey responses. So again, the phase 2 of that consultation for the 5-year plan is going to start in this summer. Now, on May 30th, the TTC hosted local residents for a sneak peek of the second exit and entrance at Enter's building at 17 Dewhurst Boulevard for Dawnland Stations. We were joined by local councillor Paula Fletcher and the contractor Maystar. Our TTC Chief Capital Office, Gary Downey, and staff took residents on a tour of the new building and underground passageways that will be able to connect riders to Line 2 platforms later on this summer. This new second entrance with an exit provides customers with a convenient alternative to accessing Dawnland Station, which is also scheduled to become accessible with elevators this summer as well. The second exit or entrance program for Museum Station, located on the northern end of Queens Park Circle, it opened on May 30th, so we're starting to see some progress. As you're aware, these secondary entrances are important for our safety as they provided an alternative route or an alternative exit out of the station in case of an emergency. And the TTC is also working on second exits at 5 other high-priority locations. We'll be providing more and better egress, but we'll provide more on that in the upcoming months. Now, the next one's an unusual one that to talk about, but I thought it was really important because, as you're aware, we opened Leslie Barnes in 2016, and there's been a significant population of, it's incredible, ring-billed seagulls on top of the green roof around the car house. And it drove us crazy. Upwards of 15,000 seagulls have been creating unsanitary and disruptive conditions for our staff. It's been a while. Numerous mitigation techniques, including rooftop wiring and plastic sheets and water sprinklers. We've tried just about all the different techniques. Some were somewhat effective and others not whatsoever. But this season we found something that really, with the number of new tackets, really appeared to work, and it included a net covering of the roof. We've done some work with pest contractors and leaf blowers and sound cannons, but this net really seems effective. It's the length of 3 football fields. And so it's amazing, but it really was very disruptive to all that worked in and out of that facility. And the unsanitary conditions were very bothersome to all of us. And so I just want to let you know, I thought that was important. We followed through, we worked with our employees, we listened to our employees, and it was great being there last Saturday and seeing it free in the area. Now, I will also tell you, having to talk to some of the local staff, buildings around Leslie people have been coming over to see what are they going to do because the birds won't leave their areas. It's amazing, but it's the little things that matter, right? We try to stay on top of. So with that, Chair, we have our next regularly scheduled board meeting on the 17th of July, and I'll turn it over to any questions that people may have.
Thank you, Rick. We will now move on to questions from board members. Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about the fare evasion numbers that you put up there. It says 3.58% has been reduced down to 3.32%. What is that a percent of? It's only fare gates, as I read that report. So is that just subway? Go ahead.
Through the chair, the first chart is indeed just through subway. So when we look at fare evasion, we need to be looking at the whole system, but there's points of entry that have different rates. So what we're seeing in this first preliminary review on fare gates is a decline in evasion through the fare gates.
Okay, I just want a clarification because the numbers didn't sound familiar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Jagdale, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 small questions. On page 27 of Hot Topics, we've got a slide on fare compliance, and it shows a heat map of where some of the evasion spots are. Two questions. One is, do we have like a list of the top 5 routes, whether it be bus or subway, where evasion is happening the highest and most?
Yes, through the chair, we are expanding on the insights that the ARC review has provided to us using the 25,000 examples that they found and looking for those deep dives.
Okay.
So we see hot spots in terms of where evasion's happening at bus bays. We're able to see it on where it is on buses, bus routes, front door, back door. That's some of the analysis.
Okay, so we're getting some rich data on where the evasion's happening, potentially time of day.
That's right.
Okay, now, I'm curious to hear the stance on this, but could these routes potentially serve as almost like a sandbox for us to maybe go and do some sole sourcing contracts of small technology companies that could potentially try to implement solutions to test if we can solve for fare evasion at all?
It's very possible. We have an action item of, action list of about 25 items that we've curated in response to ARC, but interested in other ways we could be looking at evasion too.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdale. Any other questions? Any speakers on the item? Councillor Holiday, Commissioner Holiday, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. You know what? It's just a general comment and a thank you. I had an opportunity to enjoy Doors Open Toronto with some of my family, one of my son, and he thought it was pretty funny when we went to Lower Bay Station and watched his dad press the horn button on the train. But I just wanted to offer my thanks and accolades to the TTC staff and I think a bunch of volunteers that were involved in the Doors Open festival, and specifically in Lower Bay Station. And it was wonderfully done. It was done to reflect much of the movie-making history. And there were a lot of people there, and there were a lot of smiles. And I think you should hear once in a while about a job well done. And I think it's one of the best kept secrets, although it's not that much of a secret. But, you know, for the price of a TTC fare, you can ride into Lower Bay Station and experience it. So good job.
Thank you, Commissioner Holiday. Any other speakers? Seeing none. Can I have a motion to receive the CEO's report? Thank you, Vice Chair. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Now we will move on to item 2, the TTC's anti-racism strategy and anti-racism policy. And before we move to questions, Keisha Campbell, Chief Diversity and Culture Officer, has a few introductory remarks on the item before us today.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me? Yes. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to present or just chat a bit about our anti-racism strategy today. And really acknowledge that this is a key milestone here for us at the TTC and part of our ongoing history as we aim to be a leader in this space and recognize our spot as Canada's largest public transit agency. Toronto is known for its diversity, and we're making steps as an organization to ensure that we can continue to change and adapt in ways that are responsive to the realities of our employees and customers. As we present the anti-racism strategy to you and the wider public, I'd like to share a few comments to help frame the key messages that we would like to deliver. First, the anti-racism strategy is one of the priority actions that will support the TTC's new corporate plan service objective around building an inclusive organization reflective of the diverse communities we serve. This is part of our strategic action item number 1, which is build a future-ready workforce. Secondly, equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility are key principles of the new corporate plan, and the anti-racism strategy and policy will help to advance inclusion-focused culture changes across the TTC. In developing the strategy and the policy, we were intentional about engaging a wide range of key stakeholders to ensure that both documents would be responsive to priorities across the TTC system. Over the course of our stakeholder engagement campaign, we engaged TTC departments internally, employee groups, ACAT, the Ontario Human Rights Commission, the Cable Unit of the City, the Indigenous Affairs Office, and TTC riders, just to name a few. Our next step will be guided by the strategy's implementation plan, where we have identified priority actions for the next 3 quarters. And these priority actions will include the launch of the anti-racism policy, education and awareness campaigns, ongoing engagement with TTC employees and customers, and the delivery of the anti-racism training as we work to define data. In sharing this with you, I'd like to highlight that we are ready to take this next step in our journey as we think about culture change here at the TTC, which now has a strong foundation of strategic anti-racism action. I'd also like to thank this board and previous boards for their guidance and support in advancing the TTC's anti-racism commitments, and our CEO for his dedication and passion related to this topic. We look forward to continuing this work and working as a collective to ultimately help the TTC keep moving forward as a public transit leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Keisha. We will now move on to questions. Commissioner Jagdale, 5 minutes, please.
Keisha, through the chair, Keisha, thanks for, hey, how are you? Good.
Hi, sorry about that.
That's my question. Thanks for a lovely report. I had a crazy idea to propose to you, and maybe this was discussed, but in typical relationships with vendors, for example, we're constantly trying to find ways to ensure that our vendors are, combating against human trafficking, ensuring that there are transparent procedures around supply chain, materials, things like that nature. I wonder, was there ever a thought on when we work with a vendor, ensuring that they're also, and compliant isn't the right word here, but they're also thinking about their own equity, diversity, and inclusion lens, and how that might be potentially inspired by what the TTC does as a client?
So
it's crazy and hard to measure, but just thought I'd throw that out there. And
I love crazy and I love creative. My team knows this. So a couple of things I'll say, Counselor or Commissioner, sorry, through the chair, a couple things. So when we think about items like supply chain, human trafficking and so forth, as you know, we're aiming to do some intentional work around our procurement equity policy, which has items like supplier diversity and other deliverables that will be encompassed in that policy, in that strategy. The other piece we're doing, as you may know, there was sort of an innovative secondment agreement that we made with the City of Toronto, where we do have one of our TTC employees working with social development, where as part of their mandate includes things like safety, human trafficking and so forth. And there's an outcome of that work complemented by some of the work we're doing with TPS and other groups that I think could include specific commitments around human trafficking. Have we documented that? No, but the program that we installed last year, the first of its kind for us, we think we may be able to make an impact in that area. So I'll take that away and ensure it's included in our KPIs.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Keisha, this is a pretty ambitious report, an ambitious strategy. And as we were talking earlier on the way in this morning, a lot of this will fall on the shoulders of every single TTC staff member. You can't make it happen. Talented though you are, you can't make this happen all by yourself. It really means that every single person within the TTC will have to do their part. And so I expect that there will be some anxiety around that issue and that question. And the strategy talks about awareness, and it talks about, providing direction, providing training, I guess. But talk to us a little bit about that. What's the, and it's not going to be, it's not a short-term strategy either. It can't, we can't expect you to come back in 3 months and say, okay, it's done. So talk to us a little bit about how you will support the individuals to lessen that anxiety and to encourage participation by every single
Thanks for the question, Vice Chair. It's actually a very poignant question. When we think about bringing the strategy to fruition even internally, there's been a lot of communication and consultation. There's been a lot of questions around what does this mean to me? What does this look like when it's actually deployed? What's my part to play? What needs to change? And I know Rick and others of my colleagues know I use the term journey quite a bit because it will be a learning for a lot of us. There will be mistakes along the way. But the core principle for the first part of the strategy is really around awareness, training, and knowledge. You're 100% right. This is not a Keisha strategy. It is a TTC strategy internally and externally. So a lot of the front end is around awareness, communication, listening, evolving. And to that end, there's sort of two, from a governance perspective, we've included an annual reporting on progress against the strategy, which will include defining KPIs, but we're also going to do a biannual every 2 years, assess the impact of the policy. So where there's opportunity for us to change, improve, evolve, there is a governance structure that allows for that. And then we also have a 5-year, as you said, it's not short term, but every 5 years we'll look at revisions that need to be made and work with employees and customers in that, to that effect. Sorry, I think that was a bit long-winded, but yes.
That's great. I'd encourage you to just also share the challenges with us, because I think part of this journey, when you're making such a huge shift, such a huge change and affecting every single person, that I think it's important that you also share the challenges, because they also present a learning experience. So good luck to all of us, because we all have a part in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Any other questions on this matter? Seeing none, do we have any speakers? No? Okay. I have a motion on this item. Yeah. So this motion is just that we pass the strategy as is, however, that we refer the policies to the HR committee for just further review and further refinement. I think it's really important. I think this is a lot of great work that's gone into the strategy and policies, but I think just as a matter of good governance, we really should have these things going through the appropriate committees when they exist, rather than heading to the board directly. The board also had given the HR committee responsibility for training on anti-discrimination, and I would like to package that together and bring that all back to the board as a package. So happy to take any questions. No? Okay. So can we have vote on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Yeah. So now we are on item 4, and this was held down by Commissioner Sachs, the Wilson Bus Garage hoist replacement in bus repair area.
Yes, thank you. I have a question from Mr. Downey. Where is the context that allows us to evaluate this among all the other demands for finances from the TTC? We get these one-off requests to approve a purchase, but where does this fit in the overall structure of what the TTC most needs? How do we know that this is the best use of money?
Yeah, through the chair. Again, this is actually dictated through our capital investment plan and our budget process. And again, that gets through and gets approved by the board. So all the projects that are actually required in those 10-year windows are all listed out there, and they're all prioritised by our stakeholders internally within the company. And that's how we do that. We tend to rather look at, there's certain ways we can look at that. We can look at it from the life of the asset, again, working with our stakeholders, what assets and what's the priorities they need. So we work closely with our internal stakeholders to decide the priority as we go through that. Then we set timescales for those to be actually done. And like I said, they're actually laid out. If it's funded, it's actually within our budget, 10-year budget that we submit to the board and the city. And also, if it's unfunded, you'll actually see that in the priorities laid out in our capital investment plan.
So in future capital requests, I mean, these three procurement requests between them are nearly $50 million. Then tens of millions of dollars with each memo, and we don't get a context. Like, we don't know if this is number 3 on the most important priority list for this TTC or 107. So can you commit that in any future capital procurement request, you're going to give us some context? Why is this the best use of this money?
So through the chair, if I just may clarify, the kinds of procurement reports that you get are either addressing capital projects for which we have already identified the need through state of good repair. For example, and this is about life cycle replacement of hoists that we need for bus maintenance. The others that you have here on the parts are all about either your preventative maintenance program, where you have to have a cyclical replacement of the parts determined by the suppliers. They identify what the parts are, and we go to the open market to get the best price. But these are all embedded as part of regular operations, for example, right? So it's not an either or, it's a must.
Right. But Josie, the challenge that we have is you've told us over and over again that the financial needs of the TTC are very much greater than its resources. So how do we know? I mean, you're asking us a question. You're asking us to approve these purchases. That means there's an alternative, right? What is the alternative? Where do these rank? So what I'm looking for is more context. How do we know that these are the right choices on the procurement things? There's a trade-off between how much you spend on inventory and how much we have in terms of delays. Where does this fit? What can you give us in terms of additional context so we know we're making the right decision instead of just blind trust that, oh, they're asking for it, it must be okay?
So through the chair, I'm happy to have a conversation or to put forward some kind of overview, but quite frankly, or quite honestly, you know, the ongoing maintenance of our fleet is in our base operating budget, the preventative stuff. That's just like daily operative requirements built into that, and we're just executing on that ability. So it's not a choice item, it's an ongoing mandatory requirement to maintain the fleet. On your capital side of the house, which was the first report, for example, that too falls in the state of good repair, where it's come to the end of its life cycle. And when we determine and bring forward what we believe we need to do to maintain service and reliability, that is our core priority, where we put our first amounts of money in state of good repair. So happy on the capital, but I just wanted to clarify that on the operating side, the parts that we purchase, while they go into inventory, they're part of the regular annual program that Rich Wong has to maintain our fleet in a state of good repair. So it's, you know, in terms of choice, I don't see it as a choice. I'm just respectfully, it is just ongoing core work. If there's something else that you would like, I'm happy to talk to you of how it might help. We've been trying to put in much more context into these reports to say what it's used, what's the life cycle, what's the funding, how's it being spent. But anything that you're getting before you is funded. Otherwise, we cannot make contractual commitments without funding in place.
Well, I understand, and we all want you to have the parts, and we want you to get under the bus and fix the bus. But when you're bringing something to us to approve, I think we need some context is why is this the most important thing given that we don't have enough money to do everything that we need? So are you willing to work with me to try to provide some more clarity as to how the things you ask us to approve fit within the overall budget and why these are the top priorities?
Happy to sit down with you and work out something that gives you that context, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, any speakers? Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on speaking on this item, but I just wanted to address Councillor Sachs's request. Just from the practicality of it, I think a couple things. Personally, I am happy in the normal course of events on budgeted items to respect the judgment of management. You know, there's just so many things happening. And I think from a practical point of view, and Josie or others correct me if I'm wrong, it's really hard to rank something that you think you have to do in March that's in the budget against something that is coming up in October. Just from a practical point of view, I don't know how that kind of, this is just stuff they have to spend. Like, we already approved, whether we knew it or not, because in the scheme of things, it is actually small. Those elevator or the bus hoists were in the budget that we approved. So they're just putting forward things that we've already approved in the system. Because it exceeds a threshold, so they can't just go ahead and, even if it's in the budget, it still has to come to the board. So anyway, I don't know how others feel about this, but I just feel like it's not super practical, actually, to start ranking things like this, because it's a bit like pinning jellyfish to the wall, I think, on some of it, comparing something that we have to do now against something that, anyway, I don't know. But my 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes, please.
If I may make a suggestion, I think asking Josie and her team to come to the Audit and Finance Committee to say, let's review the way that we allocate, the way we spend, and all those limits. I think it's probably worthwhile to do that. I recall that there were, when I sat on the Audit and Policy, the Audit Committee some years ago, there were some of these policies. So it's probably a refreshing of those. I've certainly lost track of what they were, but I think those exist. So if I may make that suggestion, and then as chair, you could report to us on whether you think they are adequate, and whether there needs to be any changes to those. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My point simply was, as we discussed when we had the board performance coaching, there should be a reason we get asked a question. We should have a reason and a reasoned way to make decisions. And what we get over and over again is you need to buy X. We need to buy whatever it was, $17 million worth of streetcar door parts. Okay. How do we make an informed decision on that? Well, what is it that we add, or are we just a rubber stamp? If staff say they need it, that must be okay. If we're more than a rubber stamp, then we need to have a reasoned basis for decision. I don't think we're getting it. So I'm glad to accept the suggestion that we could do more of this on the audit committee. We're all sitting here trying to do a job. We need to have the tools to do the job.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Are there any other speakers on this item? No. Seeing no further speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the item? Commissioner Jagdale, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Now we will consider item 5, procurement authorization, supply of mobile climate control bus parts, beginning with questions. Commissioner Sachs, you held the item down.
Well, same point. I've made the same point. We're being asked to authorize a procurement without really knowing why we're doing it and how it compares to all the other priorities. So I am going to ask staff to come to the Audit and Risk Committee with a proposal for how we decide these, because right now I don't think we've got a reasonable basis for decision.
Is that a question?
Okay.
Is that a question?
Any questions on this item? Seeing none, any speakers? Seeing none. Can I have a motion to adopt the item, please? Thank you, Vice Chair. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Item 6.
Ditto.
Okay, perfect. Can I have a motion to adopt, any questions, any speakers? Can I have a motion to adopt the item? Commissioner Kim, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Now our last item. We are on item 11, TTC 2024 follow-up, status of previous Auditor General's recommendations. And we have 2 speakers on this item, beginning with Alan Ewell. A reminder that you each have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Alan.
Mr. Chair, if you could put up the timer on the screen. The screen's off.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
AG reports can be very handy. Sometimes they can help us identify overlooked opportunities for improvement. But we can't just stop at the report, otherwise it's meaningless to both the city and the TTC. Page 18 of the AG's report lists the results of the Auditor General's follow-up report and review. Of the 5 issues raised in item 8, report lists 1 is fully implemented, 3 is no longer applicable, and 1 not fully implemented. But is item 8 fixed, on the way to being fixed, or at least better than it was when the AG report first reported this? Well, no. Item 8 is on the Phase 1 fare evasion inspection of 2019. Fare evasion in 2019 was $60.7 million a year. In March of this year, the Audit and Risk Committee received a report on fare evasion rate for 2023. Well, there have been 4 TTC board meetings since the ARC meeting. This report and these numbers haven't been brought to the full board. So 80% of the TTC board has plausible deniability. That number is now $123 million, nearly double what it was 4 years ago. Add the losses from people only paying a partial fare, and that number goes up to $140 million a year. Over the next 10 years, that's $1.4 billion. Gee, Mr. Chair, what can we buy and build with $1.4 billion? So how can we start to fix this now, right away, or in TTC speak, by Q2 of next year? Time-based transfers only exist on the TTC if you use Presto. None of the transfers that the TTC prints are time-based. Transfers from buses are a series of nicks, ticks, and rips. It requires 20 to 40 minutes of training for two TTC new operators. The next time we print our newsprint transfers, all bus transfers would have 2-hour transfers. The 512 streetcar had 2-hour transfers just a decade ago. Since the vast majority of riders use Presto to pay for their fares, the cost of the TTC is negligible. It would also give a truly standardized fare policy. Streetcar and subway transfers are printed as needed. Our Presto readers have a scanner physically built into them. This means they have the capability of reading a barcode or a QR code that could be printed on streetcar and subway transfers. Now, streetcar and subway transfers could be scanned when boarding buses or streetcars. Every subway station has at least one of these Presto machines in it. These Presto machines allow you to pay cash for a Presto one-trip ticket. These Presto tickets can now be scanned at any of the multiple fare gates at the station. Streetcar transfers with a bar or QR code could also be scanned at these same fare gates. This would save the TTC a lot of money because we have to pick up fares at subway stations, as Presto already does this as well at their machines. This eliminates a duplication of services and costs to the TTC. Instead of locking open these cash gates, we could finally close them. It's important because even though there are only 1 or 2 of these crash gates per subway station, they account for over 44% of the fare evasion at TTC subway stations. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Colby Badwar.
Okay, so I'm speaking about fair evasion as well, in addition to Alan. So Alan was just referencing the 2019 Auditor General's report. So this report found that there was an overall weighted average fair evasion rate of 5.4%, and you can see it broken out by the different modes. This was equating to revenue losses of $64 million, including lost revenue due to deficiencies in the Presto system, but the AG assessed that this was actually probably an underestimate of the scale of the problem. One of the other key findings from the AG's report was that fair inspectors lack authority in fair enforcement. Kind of a bit of a bombshell there when you really stop and think about that. And then there were 27 recommendations for corrective action that were made to TTC management that the AG wanted to see. And this is 5 years ago, and there's not been a whole lot of progress made since then. So here's the fair evasion overview that Alan also referenced. Evasion's more than double now than it was back then. The CEO was directed to present an action plan concerning this in May, but obviously that has not happened. He made some brief remarks at the beginning of his CEO report, but I would not consider that really to be an actual action plan. TTC is losing a minimum of $141 million per year due to fair evasion, more than double. So of the AG's 27 recommendations, again, made over 5 years ago, 19 are still not fully implemented. So let's look at some of those key recommendations that the AG made. So first one here was to expand the fair inspection program to include coverage of subway station entrances, which it didn't really back then. It still doesn't really too much right now either. And during the Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting back in March, Commissioner Sachs, you had raised the issue of illegal entry through bus bays, and staff had responded that the Special Constable Service is responsible for enforcing this, not fair inspectors. But they couldn't actually say whether there was any enforcement of this issue. And if you go looking through the annual reports, you'll see that there were just 42 tickets issued for this particular offense over the past 2 years combined, which is obviously a very trivial amount, given that this is a very prolific problem. If you go to any subway station that has a bus bay, you'll routinely see people entering illegally through the bus bay, which in addition to causing lost revenue is also very dangerous because people can get hit and killed by a bus. Second recommendation was to expand the fair inspection program to buses. And recall on the previous slide that over half of the lost revenue from fair evasion is actually attributable to the bus network, but it receives very little attention from fair inspectors and special constables as it is right now. But that's half of the money that the commission is losing is from the bus network. A pair of key recommendations here. The board was told that there needed to be a cost-benefit analysis done of transit fair inspectors versus transit special constables with the view of improving the overall fair inspection program, and that there should also be a review of the level of authority, tools, and uniform provided to fair inspectors to ensure that they can actually do their jobs. Recall that the AG said that fair inspectors lack authority in fair enforcement. And I had highlighted these issues for the board back in February of last year, and I've continued to make that point at numerous occasions. Fair inspectors are not cost-effective at all, and probably never be cost-effective because TTC management has conditioned TTC passengers to not comply with fair inspectors for over 10 years now. So they need to be phased out in favor of more special constables would be my recommendation. And then beyond that, what's the solution to this? The solution is zero tolerance, which is a policy that Go Transit has already adopted. The TTC has never tried an enforcement approach to combat fare evasion and unlawful behavior in general at any point in the last 15 years. So it's time to try something new, I would suggest. Rule breakers caught on a long time ago that the prospects of facing any consequences for unlawful behavior are very remote. So a sensible enforcement strategy would have zero tolerance for fare evasion. Everybody's going to get a ticket. That's a fair and equitable strategy. Nobody gets special treatment. Everybody gets a ticket if you're found not paying your fare. There's no excuse at this point in time. People know that you're not allowed to evade fare. There's no confusion about that. Drastically increase the complement of special constables, obviously, while phasing out the TFIs, put an emphasis on timely response to safety and security incidents, while also simultaneously increasing proactive crime suppression activities, and then rebuild an organic investigative capacity in cooperation with TPS to reduce caseload on divisional criminal investigative bureaus. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Colby. Any questions for the deputant? Commissioner Holiday, 5 minutes, please.
Colby, could you tell us what you've seen in other jurisdictions in how they handle this? I mean, surely we're not the only transit agency that faces these issues, or are we unique? You made a very unique point about conditioning, and I just wondered in your travels or experiences how that contrasts with other cities around the world.
Sure. So if you go to Europe, they're fairly ruthless in Europe, I find, the fare inspectors. There's very prevalent use of plainclothes inspectors, which is something different. Obviously, that's not happening right now, so that's something that's quite common in a lot of different European jurisdictions. In a lot of cases, they'll allow you to pay on the spot as well, which is also something that Go Transit is now doing. So instead of actually getting a provincial offense notice that says you have to pay your fine or show up to court, you have the option of just like paying a penalty right on the spot, so that there's immediate recovery of revenue. So that's another thing that should be considered by the board, something that Go Transit has done. So that's something that legal should look at, whether that would be something that could be implemented. But in general, as I've noted before, there's just so few officers under the TTC's purview. You've seen that numerous times now. I've presented the figures. We're at the back of the pack. If you don't have enough officers, it doesn't matter what you do. You're just the evasion problem, the criminality problem, all the security incidents that happen on the subway all the time. All of that's going to continue to be off the rails until there's an adequate complement of officers out there walking the beat. And that's the biggest thing that differentiates us between our peers, is that they just have way more personnel than us. If you look at Montreal, they have way more personnel, and they have a very enforcement-centric approach. They're just quite forward in how they deal with the problem. Quite aggressive fare inspection. And you can see some of the different uniforms there again, what other jurisdictions, TransLink, York Region, STM, and Montreal. So that's their approach versus our approach.
So this is the last question, you actually raised something really interesting that got me thinking. I don't know, I haven't driven there, but there's the sort of you hear about that in, I guess, parts of the US where if you get pulled over on the highway for speeding, they say, you swipe your credit card and pay right here. And I just wondered if that works, and it's maybe more about people seeing that happening than the person that ends up paying it that contributes to the process. I just wondered if you had an opinion on that or seen any literature.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously it's a psychological thing where if you have paying customers who are observing people not paying and getting away with it, that creates this phenomenon like, well, what am I doing? And I'm pretty sure you've made this point at past board meetings, with COVID as well, people breaking the restrictions and then, oh, well, I'm abiding by the restrictions, but that guy's not. That's not fair. It really corrodes the civic fabric when you have people that are blatantly breaking the rules and not facing any consequences. So seeing that enforcement out there psychologically, I think is very important for people to understand that, yeah, you do actually have to follow the rules. You can't screw your fellow citizens by not paying your fair share to fund this organization, which obviously is very cash-strapped and needs money to put out service there for the people of this city, right? That's what this fundamentally is about. The fare evasion is money that could be put back into service to build new lines, fund more bus operations, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Holiday. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Very helpful. You've made a couple of really good points. In these other systems that you've talked about that have an effective fare enforcement system, not like the TTC, there's the revenue issue. You've also talked about its impact on social trust. What do you think is the impact on the safety experience for people taking the subway? Does it, the transit system, does it make it a safer, more welcoming place for ordinary people like me?
I would certainly think so. I think New York City conclusively proved this in the 80s and 90s, that you start with low-level offenses, and even dealing with that will have downstream effects on the overall criminality. So the subway in New York, which was incredibly dangerous, they just started by going after fare evaders. And it turns out a lot of people who were jumping over the turnstiles and not paying their fare were also the same people that were spraying graffiti on trains, getting into fights, robbing customers. So absolutely having very robust, strict fare enforcement will have a very significant impact on criminal activity on the system. I think this has been conclusively proven by basically every jurisdiction that's ever pursued this. The same way that law-abiding citizens see people not paying their fare and get frustrated, the criminals can see whether there is a robust system of enforcement and there's officer presence and there's crime suppression, right? If they're letting anybody jump on the system and not pay, and they see fare inspectors being very deferential to people, they start pushing boundaries. It's very simple criminal psychology. When they see that there's an open there to push the boundaries, they start pushing further. So yeah, it absolutely starts with having quite aggressive enforcement of just the basic rules in the system. That'll have downstream effects on criminality, which is obviously still a huge problem. There's a lot of criminal activity in the system. A lot of, women, elderly people are being victimized in particular. They're the most vulnerable users of the system. So it's very, very important from that equity lens as well to ensure that everybody in Toronto can be safe on the system.
Right, and we've had a lot of discussion at this table about the need to attract riders back, make the system safe. To achieve those objectives, how important is really effective fare enforcement?
I think it's fundamental. As I said, I think it's just like, it's one of the basic things that you have to get right, and then things will start to fall into place after that. But if you're not even, paying to get on the system is just like the fundamental, it's the one expectation really you have for your riders, that you have to pay to get on and then follow the rest of the rules. But if you don't even have to pay to get on, then it all goes downhill from there.
Right, and how would you compare the effectiveness of fare enforcement by the TTC to those of other leading transit organizations?
Yeah, it's very poor here. When the fare inspector program was first implemented by management and by the board, it quickly went off the rails right away. As I said, there's never been a real enforcement strategy that's ever been attempted here in the last 10, 15 years. So our customers and passengers have been conditioned that these fare inspectors are people that do not have to be respected at all. You can just walk away from them, not pay your fare. And that's a very stark contrast to the way that Montreal operates, right? So here in Toronto, if I get on and I don't pay my fare, and then I see a fare inspector and he approaches me and asks me for proof of payment, I can just walk away. And what's he going to do? Well, nothing, because that's the policy that has been set by TTC management with the support of the TTC board as well. If somebody doesn't pay and they're challenged, they can just walk away. That's what happens right now. In Montreal, going back to even before Montreal had special constable status, if you did that in Montreal, you're now being placed under arrest for obstructing a peace officer. And they have the legal authority to do that. Our TFIs have the legal authority to do that. They're just not exercising it. And obviously you don't want to have to arrest somebody for not paying their fare. But if that credible threat doesn't exist there, then why would you comply with the fare inspector asking just to see your proof of payment? Not even necessarily getting a ticket. They're just asking, can I see your proof of payment? Walk away. There's no consequences right now if somebody walks away.
Right, and
So-
how do you think our riders would react to the TTC going from this very poor fare enforcement to a vigorous and effective fare enforcement program?
Yeah, good question. So there's always going to be some person complaining about anything, but overall, I think that even on social media, which is kind of not really an accurate representation necessarily, but I see that sentiment quite a lot on social media these days, whereas before it wasn't the case, that people are like, man, like, why are there so many people on the subway or on the streetcar not paying their fare? I'm paying my fare. Why is nobody else doing it? So I think that people would welcome it if it's done in a sensible approach. And it would have to start with an education period where you say, listen, we're going to implement a zero tolerance policy. But after a few months of people being informed there's a zero tolerance policy, then you put it in place and people are going to understand that's just the way it works now. And I think it would be well received, especially once the revenue starts to come in and we see the positive benefits that accrue from having those extra dollars in the commission.
Thank you, Colby. Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
So this could be a very short question, depending if your answer is no. Are you familiar with the Calgary Transit system, the way they do it? Because they don't even have fare gates.
Right.
And I've been on it where you just go on the platform, you may or may not buy the ticket, and then you just board the C train.
Right.
So if you're aware of that, do you know how they manage fare evasion? Because
Sure.
it seems to be on an honor system.
Right, so Go Transit has the same model, right? Go Transit doesn't have fare gates anywhere in their system. It's totally honor, so it's even more dependent on a robust inspection system for that reason. You know, the TTC's idea was because we have fare gates, it's a physical barrier, right? So it helps protect the subway stations at least a little bit more. Obviously, if you're getting on a bus or a streetcar, there's no fare gates there either, so it's totally the honor system. But if you have a totally honor-based system, you need to have that inspection regime in place so that because there's no physical barrier, people have a reasonable expectation that once they're on the system, they could be checked, right? So it's very important to have that. And as I've noted in past presentations, Calgary has more officers than we do by a lot. It's adjusted for ridership. They have more in absolute terms, but adjusted for ridership, we have way more than Calgary. They have vastly more people than we do conducting inspections. They have a lot more support from the Calgary police and the Alberta government as well that we don't have. So there's a lot more people watching the system there and conducting inspections.
So there's more enforcement.
There's way more enforcement. There's way more enforcement in basically every other jurisdiction in this country. Most jurisdictions around the world have way more enforcement than we do. We're probably like one of the dead last, probably, out of big systems, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Kim. Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, Cole.
You're very welcome.
So that concludes the deputations on this item, and we will now move on to questions. Are we doing a presentation? Oh, okay. So we will go on to, we will now have introductory remarks from the Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Great. Good afternoon, everyone. So through the chair, I'd like to provide these introductory remarks on our follow-up report of our previous report recommendations to the TTC. And I have Elaine Liu, Acting Senior Audit Manager, with me, who led our follow-up work this year. So first of all, I'd like to express our appreciation for the cooperation and assistance we've received from management and staff at the TTC on this follow-up work. And I'd also like to acknowledge that TTC management and staff have made some good progress and achieved cost savings as a result of implementing many of our report recommendations. So in this follow-up review, we looked at 63 recommendations that management reported as fully implemented or no longer applicable from 9 audit reports and 1 management letter. And through our follow-up work, we verified that 42 of the 63 recommendations are fully implemented and 8 are no longer applicable. So a total of 50, or approximately 80%, were closed with 13 not yet fully implemented. It's important to note that not yet fully implemented does not mean the work has not been started. Many of these recommendations do have substantial progress, but we could not verify that they were fully implemented. And I'd like to provide some good news. I'm often the bearer of bad news, as many of you know, but I want to highlight some positive points that the TTC has made as a result of implementing our report recommendations. So the TTC implemented a different light and sound on Presto card readers for child Presto cards from other concession types, and we estimated TTC's passenger revenue has increased by approximately $13.5 million annually as a result. Improvements were made on the availability and reliability of Presto fare equipment, and we estimated that TTC will be recording $1.9 million more annually compared to revenue recorded at the time of the original audit. TTC worked together with Metrolinx, and Metrolinx implemented additional controls related to the completeness of TTC's Presto revenue. As a result, we estimate that TTC received $191,000 from missing transit period pass and ticket sale transactions. And TTC improved the tracking, retrieving, and oversight of cores. So we estimate that savings are in the range of $4 million to $9.4 million in the past 5.5 years. And last, TTC's also reviewed its 250 unused voice and data communication circuits that were identified during our audit. And the TTC completed the review and identified 60 out of 250 circuits are no longer needed. So the subscription of these circuits was canceled, resulting in savings of $195,000 annually, or a total of $975,000 over 5 years. So it's very encouraging to see that positive progress and the savings that resulted from that. On the other hand, I do need to highlight that there are still some old recommendations that remain outstanding. As of April 30th, 2024, there are a total of 47 or 28% outstanding recommendations, including the 13 I noted above, from 10 reports. Of the 47 recommendations, 37 have been outstanding greater than 5 years. So I urge TTC to expedite the implementation of the outstanding recommendations, particularly the high priority recommendations. And I'd like to emphasize 3 reports in particular where there's some potential cost savings or money left on the table, as I'm often asked about. And so these are the 3. So the 2014 and 15 audit reports on bus maintenance. So there's 6 recommendations that are still outstanding from those 2 reports, with just 1 remaining from phase 1 that has potential cost savings related to standard repair times. So fully implementing those will help improve operational efficiency and strengthen management oversight. Number 2, the 2017 procurement policies audit. So there's 6 recommendations that remain outstanding there, including 3 with potential cost savings. TTC management has advised they're continuously working on the remaining 6 outstanding recommendations. And by implementing those, TTC may be able to achieve additional cost savings through its improved strategic sourcing of goods and services. And the third, which you've heard about from the 2 previous speakers, is our 2019 Fair Evasion and Fair Inspection Report. So there are currently 19 out of the 27 recommendations outstanding. And that you've heard some of this already, but I'm going to repeat it. At the time of our 2019 audit, we estimated that the TTC's overall fair evasion rate was 5.4% weighted average, with lost passenger revenue of $61 million due to fare evasion in 2018. And at that time, we estimated that a 1 percentage point reduction in fare evasion would result in about $11 million additional annual passenger revenue based on 2018 ridership. TTC's recent fare evasion study, conducted by its audit and risk compliance team, estimated that the overall fare evasion rate has more than doubled, with the weighted average fare evasion rate at 11.9%, with an estimated lost passenger revenue of $123.8 million due to fare evasion in 2023. TTC management has advised that they're working on a fare compliance strategy, which will aim to address many of these not fully implemented recommendations. So I just want to say that it is critical that management expedite the implementation of these recommendations in a timely manner to reduce the fare evasion rate and increase its passenger revenues. Just in terms of logistics, just to note that following this TTC board meeting, this report will be transmitted to the city clerk and included as an attachment to our consolidated follow-up report that we'll be presenting to the city's audit committee on July 5th, followed by the July 24th to 26th city council meeting. And in terms of future follow-up work, we appreciate that TTC staff are regularly updating our online system with actions taken and updates on previous audit recommendations. And also a shout out to TTC's audit and risk compliance team for helping to facilitate those updates. Viraj, Christine, and Ellen, thank you. So we'll continue our follow-up process with TTC, and we expect to report back again to the board next year. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Auditor General and Elaine. We really appreciate all the hard work. I understood at the Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting that the TTC is much slower than city average in implementing your recommendations. Is that still the case?
Through the chair, in general terms, TTC does have a higher number of older outstanding recommendations in comparison.
All right. And in particular, you mentioned the fare evasion report, which is so critical to the TTC. 19 of your 27 recommendations, the majority of recommendations have not been implemented. If the TTC implemented your recommendations, do you agree with the previous deputant that it would make a material improvement to the many aspects of the TTC?
Through the chair, so that's why we did the audit. We saw that as a good opportunity and also a risk for TTC to address that. So that does need to be done in a timely way to, and would benefit in terms of that increased revenue that could be used for other things.
And other impacts, as we heard from the other deputants. Do you agree with the deputants that the TTC is particularly bad at fare enforcement as things are now?
Through the chair, I can't really comment on that, but we did provide recommendations on how to improve the fare inspection program. I can say that I was part of the audit team back in 2018-19, and so we would often see it was the cooperative customer that would often receive the ticket. as opposed to someone who is running away. And so when we had special constables standing beside us, we did notice a difference in terms of compliance. So that's what led to those recommendations.
Right. Has the TTC given you any explanation for why they, in the 5 years, they have not implemented the majority of your recommendations on fare evasion?
Through the chair, so COVID happened. So that was a big part of the reason, I understand. And so, of course, we all know that ridership declined during COVID, and then there was an educational period where there wasn't ticketing that was happening, and then things ramped up again more recently. And then, of course, there's learning that happens. So that's my understanding.
All right. Now, I understand that you've met with the Ombudsman to confirm that your recommendations and his are consistent and compatible, and the TTC should be implementing them both, correct?
So through the chair, yes, I have met with the Ombudsman at your request, and so we do believe that we're on the same page. I think there's a pendulum in terms of customer service and fare evasion. I personally believe that both can be achieved and that customers can still be treated with dignity and respect.
While enforcing the fare
While
rules.
still enforcing, yeah.
All right. Does the Ombudsman object to the implementation of your recommendations?
The chair, I can't comment on that.
All right. Based on your conversation with him.
He didn't have any objections when I spoke to him.
All right, thank you. Now, in terms of the other recommendations, you've mentioned that there are, in addition to the flagrant lack of implementation of your fare evasion recommendations, there's a number of other old recommendations that would save the TTC quite a bit of money, such as improving bus maintenance. From your follow-up work, are we on track on that work, or is there something, there's still a change in direction that's needed?
Through the chair, so there were some recommendations reported as fully implemented that we found were not fully implemented, and so there is further work to be done. So I pointed out the bus maintenance one from 2014 and 15 and the procurement policies from 2017, where there's still further work that needs to be done.
Right. Now, I wanted to ask you about that. It's certainly very disconcerting as a board member if staff say, oh, yes, don't worry, this is fully implemented, and you check and it isn't. Does internal audit in the TTC sign off that your recommendation's been implemented before the TTC makes a claim that it's been done?
The chair, that's not the current process, but as you know, at the Audit and Risk Management Committee of TTC, that was suggested. So I believe that's something that TTC's Audit, Risk and Compliance team is looking into in terms of coordinating more closely with management and ourselves and potentially implementing that process with the goal to reduce the number of recommendations where management reports as fully implemented and we verify as not fully implemented.
Right. And so you agree that that would be a valuable improvement to TTC processes?
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Auditor General. Can you tell the committee, you provide many, many recommendations to the City of Toronto, at large, agencies, the council itself.
Yes.
And so the TTC ones represent a subset of those. Generally speaking, out of the many, many recommendations, do they ever get refused or turned down or rejected?
Through the chair, occasionally there will be a disagreement by management. So on the management response that forms the appendix to our reports, there is actually room agree or disagree. And so theoretically, management could put disagree, and then it would come through, generally through audit committee for discussion. I try to work together with management and make sure that the recommendation is feasible, and and that we're on the same page before it gets to that point. So sometimes there's a lot of discussion that happens before it actually gets to audit committee. So sometimes there's initial disagreement and then it becomes agreement.
Right.
So it's very rare that it would actually be publicly disagree
Right.
on that management response.
Would you believe me if I could say, I don't remember things as best as I can, but I've been doing this for 9 years and I can think of that happening once out of hundreds and hundreds of recommendations. And I think it was dealt with, it's fair to say that rarely happens. And conversely, the board or council adopts the recommendations, which are a direction to the staff to implement them. Now, what's the consequences if they don't get implemented?
Through the chair, so that's an interesting question. I also got that same question at the Audit and Risk Management Committee. So there's no penalty per se to the person or the division, but there is a missed opportunity. So the sooner that management can implement our recommendations, the sooner the benefits can be realized as a result.
So who polices that? You?
So that goes back through the chair, back to Commissioner Sax's question around internal audit and whether they could have a new process around signing off before it comes to us as fully implemented.
Right, so
we
I
do-
pointed to you, which is rude, but it was for dramatic effect, because really the finger should point right back at me as a board member.
Okay.
I police this, and so maybe my wrap-up, I don't know how much time I've got, but do you have any suggestions from either a best practice or an effective way to approach governance to deal with accumulating audit recommendations, or they're actually directions at this point? You know, we as a board have a certain level of work that we need to do to oversee these and be responsible to see that they're implemented, because we've already directed them. It's not, they're not up for debate anymore. And the committee itself would have a certain amount of work, and then you have your job that, you know, you can't cross it off the list until you've signed off on it. Is there any models that we should look at or thinking that we should do? Because I would put to you, there's some reputational risk about having these things accumulate in greater and greater numbers, and you coming with a report to say, you know, these high value ones haven't been done. It's almost 10 years.
So through the chair, also a suggestion at TTC's Audit and Risk Management Committee to have some dashboard reporting that goes to the ARMC facilitated by the Audit Risk and Compliance team. So it could have the percentage progress on the old and outstanding recommendations. And just to note, I found out later that our online system does actually have a cell where management can put the percentage progress. So we can provide that downloaded report to the internal audit and they can use that.
So by contrast, has the City of Toronto been thinking through and creating systems like this? Because I think Toronto's got hundreds of outstanding Auditor General recommendations. Now, they process more than that, but there's, and so the city itself has some governance mechanisms that are maturing now, and we're seeing these things cleared off. You know, we're not unique is what I'm getting at, but there's opportunity here.
What was your question there?
Agree or disagree?
Oh, sure.
I don't know if you've got any suggestions about, you know, getting, the audit committee is talking about that, but I just, if you've got advice to the board about what we should do, what we should make of all of this.
Yeah, so through the chair, the city divisions also have a similar percentage of recommendations that they've reported as fully implemented, where we have verified as not fully implemented, and city's internal audit have also offered their help to divisions in case they have questions, because sometimes it's a matter of understanding the intent of the recommendation, what's really needed to satisfy that it's been fully implemented. So they've offered their assistance, but it's still a work in progress, I think. But I think internal audit can play a big role in terms of helping with this here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
No worries. 5 minutes, Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. It's an important part of our governance structure, and I appreciate the recommendations that you make. Since you do have an eye across the agencies of the city, you probably are able to observe where there might be opportunities for savings, efficiencies, best practice sharing across the organizations. And I'm thinking particularly, you know, I think about contracts that we let for construction. There are probably elements of or those contractors may be doing work on other projects. It's just an example, but really my general question is, since you have that eye on, your eyes on so many of the agencies, is there an opportunity for you to actually provide us with recommendations around maybe not, directing us, but at least observations or recommendations that would say, go look at this. Here's an opportunity for collaboration with these other agencies where there may be, the result may be savings or more efficiencies for transit, for TTC.
So through the chair, that sounds like a bit more of an advisory role, so I don't have that advisory role in my mandate per se, but I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe the CEOs and CTOs have roundtables where they meet regularly and, share notes on, in terms of, good practices and things like that. That's my understanding.
No, fair enough. But would there be data points that you could provide into that? So, stopping short of advisory, but just simply saying observations, do with it what, with what you want, but.
The chair, so we have, the closest thing I can think of is we've provided a common themes report in the past, so looking at, what are some common pain points across all of the city divisions and agencies and corporations where there's lessons learned that everyone can learn from. But in terms of specific procurements, that's not something I could really, provide data on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions? Seeing none, do we have any speakers on the item? Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I believe I was the one at Audit and Risk Committee that asked about the repercussions of not closing some of the recommendations. And so I was actually thinking about that and thinking about what other jurisdictions, other industries, what they do. Short of a financial penalty. So I guess this is also a question. Would this be feasible? How about a rating or some kind of a report card? So for example, in financial services in the United States, they assign, after a review, the regulator would assign a score of 1 to 5. And these become very public. So there's no monetary repercussions, but depending on how the audits went and how their behavior was in terms of addressing these findings, there would be a rating assigned from 1 to 5. And it became a point of honor for them to not get that bad report card. So was that something that could be done? Because I was actually really surprised that there was, like Commissioner Holliday, I was actually quite surprised that there was no consequence.
So through the chair, that's really up to the board and Audit and Risk Management Committee in terms of what you would like to do. Really, you're the ones that hold management accountable. So, but whatever will work. I think having a positive reinforcement can also be a good thing too in terms of achieving things quickly. So there's always the carrot and the stick, right? So is there also a carrot too?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kim. Are there any other questions of the Auditor General? No? Okay. Are there any questions of staff? Okay. So Commissioner Sachs and Commissioner Holliday. Or whatever one.
Mine's a quick one. There was the prospect of, or a suggestion about thinking about paying for offenses on the spot. And I remember the board talking about new equipment available to fare inspectors to scan and audit cards. Was there any thinking about that or prospect of that? It's kind of a broad question because it could be about offenses as well, but has anyone thought about that?
So there's two things. We have new handheld point of sales devices that do give us some better abilities to do our inspection work. We also have mobile ticketing that enables us to have a history of whether that person has had an offense before. So that also helps. And then speaking about the on-the-spot penalty, that's part of the program that we're looking at, where we would want to go back and review the fines. We can come back to the board with a a report at looking at the fine structure and recommendations and really talking about what we can do, because right now we don't have the ability through the way that we're governed to issue on-the-spot fines like other agencies, but that is something on the roadmap.
Okay, so I think the answer back is yes, you're thinking about that potential, which is kind of exciting.
Yes.
In a not very nice way, I guess. But so, and I imagine, are we talking about the breadth of something here, which is whether or not it's something related to FAIR or something related to our bylaw and provincial offense, which is a whole different category of things. But is it one or both?
It's related to the bylaw. It's related to our ability through our governance for us to enable that. So we have to work with both the city and we have to work with the province to be able to have that ability to issue on the spot penalties.
And perhaps a payment structure that recognizes that.
Absolutely. That would give us the flexibility to issue penalties and fines that would be a little bit lower than what we see today.
Like a pay now, it's this number, and pay later, it's this number, and
100%.
And so on.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's lots of questions, but in the interest of time, there's one I had never really fully understood was, in the example from the speaker, if an inspector stops someone and they just don't engage, they don't prove they're fair, or they run away or whatever, are they in effect trespassing, and can they be sent off the property or directed to leave if they can't demonstrate they've paid a fare?
Part of this is quite complex, and the deputant spoke about examples that are not apples to apples with respect to Toronto. Those other examples, those are agencies that combine both their transit and fare enforcement with enforcement, so they have a lot more powers to do so.
Understood.
In our case, if we are able to disrupt people and we stop them and they have to leave the system, then yeah, we've won, right? We've changed that behavior, and we've made it inconvenient to fare evade on our system. The other thing that we're doing is the body-worn cameras that were introduced as a pilot of May 27th. That also has proven in other markets to really help change people's behavior, because they know they're being recorded, and you get a little bit more civility when you're dealing with folks and asking them to comply with the fare inspectors.
So just back to this piece on having to leave, I appreciate that an engagement with a fare inspector that results in a situation where the individual can't prove they paid the fare the next step could be a huge spectrum of things. And perhaps most of it is along the line of compliance or immediate effective enforcement. But if someone is difficult, does that happen? Do the fare inspectors say, look, you got no ticket, get out? And do they go?
So there's a number of tools that the fare inspectors have. They can engage with transit control if it does escalate, and they can have a special constable come up. They are provincial offences officers, so they have the provincial mandate to be able to issue notices to customers. The context that we're talking about is very small and very specific.
Right.
Most of our customers, they pay. Most of the customers that we engage with, and that's what you saw on a hot topic, do comply. And we're seeing the compliance rate when fare inspectors are on the streetcar system really improve. So we're not seeing that particular behavior all that often when our fare inspectors are on the system.
Okay.
Final question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. First of all, on the question of internal audit signing off before management claims that audit recommendations have been implemented, what steps are being taken to implement that change so that internal audit does sign off, given the history of so many claims being made that turned to be unjustified?
So Chair, if you don't mind, I'll take that question. So at the last Audit and Risk Management Committee, that discussion was held, and the resolution was that our internal audit would provide that third-party verification where necessary that things were complete. I think I wouldn't be paraphrasing the Auditor General if I suggested that when she introduced the subject of outstanding audit recommendations, most of them were complete in our expectation, but didn't fully meet the expectation of the Auditor General. So that's where the discussion came up with respect to using internal audit to provide that added verification. It's not as though we ignored the recommendations. They were.
I wasn't saying that, but have you now established a process where internal audit has to sign off before management claims full implementation?
We haven't established that process as a requirement in all instances. We've made that process available where it's applicable and where it would add value to assure that the recommendations have been completed.
Do you
Where
need
that
the
third-party
direction of this
verification
board
is
to
required.
make that a process?
I don't believe we do, no.
All right, well, I'll be checking up on it in the next meeting. When can you provide us with a written plan to implement the Auditor General's 19 recommendations on fare evasion?
So my associate here, Josie, wants to speak to that, but we are preparing to report back to the board on July 17th at the next meeting of this board with respect to the strategy going forward. In the meantime, of course, there are a number of activities that we've attempted to report back on through Hot Topics that are underway and active.
Right, but my question was specifically about the 19 recommendations from the Auditor General. When will you give us a plan for implementing those 19 recommendations?
So through the chair, the action plan we're bringing forward is to address both ARC and AG outstanding recommendations. There is overlap between them. There may be some that we may identify as, needs some more work, and we know that there is one where we have different views about how to deal with certain things. So we would bring everything forward with an action plan where we believe we need to execute, identify those that maybe are ones in which we would identify that there may be some other issues around it, given the time lapse and how we've approached certain things.
And you will identify each of those recommendations and tell us what you're doing about it?
Absolutely.
All right, and will that report be ready in time for the Audit and Risk Management Committee to review it in depth before the July board meeting? There's not time at the board for us to get into great detail on an elaborate report. Will we be able to review it at committee ahead of time?
So through the chair, I don't believe that there is an Audit and Risk Management Committee that's scheduled. We are aiming for the July board, so unless there was a special meeting just before the board, because right now we are tracking to a board submission deadline and are using actually every possible opportunity to get that deadline met as we speak.
Happy to call, I already indicated I want to call a special board meeting for this purpose. Happy to do it shortly before the board. When can the report be ready for our review?
I would have to look at the calendar because actually we're meeting all tomorrow to go through it all, and we're in that place coming out of strike contingency planning where we've had to regroup again. So just, trying to assess the situation. But if it's a few days before the board, that would probably be the best we could guarantee at this stage.
Okay, a few days before sounds like something we can work with. And then in terms of the other recommendations, very old recommendations, 5 and 10 years old from the Auditor General, such as the ones as bus maintenance, when can we expect those recommendations to be fully implemented?
So I'll start, but they're really Rich's to respond to. But I think as we discussed at the Audit Risk Management Committee, sometimes they have multiple parts, and 3 of the A, B, and C is done, but not the D. And the D potentially could be something that has, needs time to demonstrate the results. So specifically, Rich, if you want to identify yours, but I believe those are the kinds of situations you have.
So through the chair, the first one, which is on bus maintenance, the revenue fleet, that was one recommendation on phase 1.
Sorry.
That had to do with standard repair times. We have implemented standard repair times. We continue to reassess the maintenance activities. I believe the Auditor General would like to see additional activities set up for standard repair times, which we are doing. So it's just a matter of, I think we have to get together with the AG to see how many more would satisfy that recommendation. So far, we have 31 activities measured, and we continue to measure other activities as well. So in our mind, we satisfied the recommendation, but obviously the AG believes we can do more, so we will continue to do more as it's part of continuous improvement. Phase 2, there's 5 recommendations. One of them is multiple parts. In our minds, we've completed some of them, but we need to sit down with the AG to understand why it wasn't satisfied in their mind. So.
And when,
Question.
go ahead.
Yes. Any other questions of staff? No?
Well, I just wanted to know when we're going to hear an update on the implementation. I mean, this is the same question. When will you get back to us to confirm implementation of these recommendations?
So again, phase 1, we believe we've implemented it, although the AG would like to see additional activities measured and monitored. So we will continue to do that. We will sit down with the AG to see when that would be satisfied.
So can we get a follow-up report in September?
So through the chair, if I may, and maybe the Auditor General can explain the
If I
process
can
we go
just,
through?
yeah, through the chair on the bus maintenance. So that phase 1 recommendation, we found the standard repair times practice was discontinued for a period of time, but has now been reassigned to a designated manager. So
It was discontinued during COVID because we lost a few staff members, and it's been picked up ever since. So we continue to work towards, it's actually an ongoing process. So we will continue. We're not saying we're not doing any more. We're saying we agree with the AG, and we will continue on that one. And then on the phase 2, like I said, there's some of them we would like to sit down with the AG to better understand why we're not meeting them. But then at the same time, there's technology we'd like to implement to enhance what we have already. That technology is being implemented. It started last week on the non-revenue fleet.
Thank you. Josie, did you have anything you wanted to add?
So through the chair, just, I mean, if the commissioner's trying to understand timing of when it's implemented, I just wanted to clarify that it's an annual process that we go through the Auditor General's office, where when we say that they're fully implemented, it's based on her schedule and her team's schedule as to when they then look at them and review them to deem it, and there's an annual report. So there's an annual process around that determination to say it's fully implemented. So I just wanted to bring that to the commissioner's attention. So it's not something that we would say, we think it's fully implemented in September and it's done. It has to go through the Auditor General's process.
Sorry, for the bus maintenance, we can certainly report back in September on the action plan.
Thank you. Any further questions on this item? Seeing none, any speakers on this item? Commissioner Holladay, then Commissioner Sachs.
Thanks, Chair. I was contemplating moving a motion, but maybe I'll talk about my idea and realize there's a little bit of work maybe there's a lot of work that's going on that might not make the motion necessary, but we can always revisit it. Chair, I know you are, and I am passionate about audit. We serve together on the city's audit committee. We know the Auditor General well. I've seen many of these reports from outside of the board context, and they're important. But I would say, Commissioner Kim raised an interesting point. Where's the report card? Where is the holding? Well, that's actually what's happening right now. The Auditor General has come in and held this report to the board. And it's as much a report card on staff as it is the board itself. Because we issued directions on all, they were mentioned, there were Auditor General's recommendations. They're now directives that have been issued to staff because they were adopted, or they wouldn't be on the list. And so it is now up to the board to ensure that its directive is carried through. It sounds easy, it's not. And a very fair point that was raised, that the cycles to clear or discharge these can take a long time. Does it happen once in a while that there's a disagreement between staff and the Auditor General about the completeness? Yes, I would say that that's more of an exception than the norm. what I've detected is that the board doesn't seem to have full line of sight about the status and the work plan for each of these items, and they're all important. Some of these recommendations are or were like physical changes, like chimes when you swipe a card, and some of them are policy changes, things like procurement. And it's impossible for me to slice each one of them open and remember how complicated they are, but they are complicated. And there may be good reasons why they're not fulfilled, and maybe there's not good reasons. But what I am concerned is that we don't have the line of sight that we need into them as a board, and probably a consolidated line of sight to ensure that we're doing all of the things that we need to do under good governance. And then, at a more detailed level, the audit committee would be looking at that and also working with internal audit. And effectively, like managing a case or a project, each of these are then managed within the structure of the organization, and there's individuals accountable for it and so on. It's a long-winded set of statements I'd like to make, but I want to leave the board with the idea that we should take some steps to put some more process around this so that we are on top of these recommendations, or the Auditor General will rightly be back in a year or whatever it is to say, hey, remember all of those recommendations I warned you about? Well, guess what? They're still here, or they're not, or good job, they're gone. So I don't want to fixate on any of the single points other than just my indication or suggestion to the board, having seen this from a few different sides and acknowledging we're not the only organization that's facing this same issue, is I think we need to be on top of these in the right way, trust our staff that they're on top of it, but also do our job to monitor it. And of course, to put the resources in behind of what's required to discharge these particular recommendations. Because they're all constructive, they're all helpful, and I did it myself. I called them recommendations. They're not, they're directives. They're already there. And we've already decided as a board that this is what we want. So I look forward to being part of that in the way that I can help. And as I said, I won't move any motions, but I hope we come back with more frequent reports to the board so that we have the appropriate oversight at the board level and at the subcommittee level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Commissioner Sachs, please, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again to the Auditor General and your staff. This is a difficult, complex organization trying to do difficult, complex things in a difficult, complex context. And
Commissioner Sachs, do you want to introduce your motion first?
yes, sorry, and I have a motion. My motion is, thank you, that the staff bring an action plan addressing the 19 outstanding recommendations of the Auditor General on fair evasion to a special meeting of the Audit and Risk Management Committee before the July 17th board meeting. I think this is important for a number of reasons. We're terribly short of time here at the board. And we know from this board and many others that having a committee go through complicated matters in detail can save a lot of time. And we went through the financial statements and the KPMG audit and so on very quickly today, which is why we're here now, because the audit committee spent 4 hours on them. There are three things that really concern me. The accountability officers, such as the Auditor General, are here to help us. They're here to help us do a good job for the people of this city. And what they've shown us is three big problems. Number one is there's old recommendations that haven't been implemented, worse than the city as a whole, which has its own problems. Secondly, we have management claiming that recommendations have been fully implemented, and she checks and they aren't. So that shakes my trust in when management, how many times does management say to us, don't worry, this is under control, and then we have someone actually check and it isn't? That's not good news. So we need a different process to increase the confidence that we can have when management says, oh yes, it's done, which is one of the things that internal audit can do, should do, wasn't doing, wasn't asked to do, and could now do. But the third thing is fair evasion. So we know we have a huge problem with fair evasion. We have a financial problem with fair evasion. We have a social trust problem with fair evasion. And we have an enormous problem with the TTC not being a safe place, especially for women, especially older women, especially people traveling alone. And as we've heard from the deputant, there's good evidence from other systems that if we had an effective fair enforcement system, those problems could get better. And we, in that context, we turn to the Auditor General, and the majority of her recommendations on this very point made 5 years ago have not been implemented, and we don't have an action plan to implement them. Now, we've seen proposals from staff twice in the last 4 months about fare evasion, and both of them were inadequate, and we sent them back. And so I think it behooves us to spend some time. I'd like to make the board meetings as effective as possible. Again, we talked at the board effectiveness session. How do we make board meetings more effective? Well, one of the ways to make board meetings more effective is difficult, complex things should get some committee evaluation, just as we do at the city on almost all other issues. The alternative is the report comes here, and I don't know whether we're going to be able to accept it or not. Well, maybe we just send it back again. Certainly, I would like to see us moving ahead to improve fair enforcement sooner rather than later. It's a very big problem, and so what I'm proposing, and I know I discussed it briefly with my colleagues before, we'll call a special meeting, see if we can come up with something that we can back at this board, so that we can come here and say to you either, we've looked at it in detail and we can recommend it, or we've looked at it in detail and we don't think you should adopt it and send it back, or maybe some combination of those. Maybe we like 1, 2, and 3, but not 7. But I think it would be helpful to this board to have had a detailed evaluation done, building on the work we've already done, and so far there's no structure to do that. So that's the purpose of my recommendation. And I'm glad we're going to hear back in September about improved bus maintenance.
Christian, could you please put the motion back up? Do you have questions of the mover? No? Okay. Sure. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So, in reading that, are you suggesting that there is a phase 1 to the report that management would bring to the audit committee with respect to the fare evasion piece? Because if I look at the whole thing, I mean, the auditor's report, it's pretty clear there is a plan on the part of management. So are you looking at just a speeding up the report through to the Audit and Risk Committee, starting with the fare evasion? I just want to understand the motion.
With all due respect, I don't think there is a good plan, at least not what we've seen so far. We've got the detailed results from internal audit, which showed failure after failure after failure after failure and very high levels of fare evasion. Not tied to that was, okay, we're going to do a few actions, which a lot of them just came down to we're going to rely on the fare inspectors. But you remember the evidence that we had at this board was that the fare inspectors were issuing on average 1 ticket a week, and that half of the people they approached walked away. So they didn't even get the information from those people. So I understand that staff are working on a plan, but the purpose of this motion is to say we have at least specific advice from our accountability officer from 5 years ago. I would like to have staff come to us and say, and tell us what they're planning to do to implement those recommendations, and if they're not, tell us why not. And I think that would be useful before the board meeting. If not, I suspect what's going to happen is we'll be back here in July, we won't have enough time, and we'll refer it to the Audit and Risk Management Committee then, and then we could lose 2 more months before we get any action. I think that would be unfortunate.
Okay, so what I take from that is that you're looking for a progress report through Audit and Finance, and then you'll tell us where that's.
I'm looking for a plan that shows a serious plan to implement those 19 recommendations, or if not, why not? Could there be phases? Absolutely. I'm absolutely open to a phased report. Maybe some things are easy, some things are hard. Maybe the whole idea of separating fair inspection, fair enforcement that the board made several years ago should be reconsidered. Sure isn't obvious why it's a good idea as we sit here now. That isn't something I would expect before July. But we should have some serious work going towards better fair inspection now, fair enforcement, and a plan of how we're going forward. And you know, as I say, we've looked at it twice, and what we've got twice wasn't good enough.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Any other questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Jagdale, you want to speak on the item? Okay.
I wanted to address your point on getting some more oversight on what's happening. And I know in the last audit and risk meeting, we talked about building out a dashboard that gave us all some oversight that we can go and take a look at on demand to see where we are in the process. That also walks through recommendations and actions being taken. So I think that what you're asking for is important, and I think we are working on that as part of that committee. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? No? Okay. I'll just say something very briefly. You know, I had an experience Friday on the Spadina streetcar. I was on the streetcar, and there were two riders sitting right in front of me playing music loudly, which is like my biggest pet peeve on the TTC. Yes, and there were fare inspectors coming down. And I was like, okay, well, we'll see what they do. And they said, you know, can we check your fare? They didn't pay their fares. And then they said, okay, could you, you know, go tap over there? And they, you know, they obviously couldn't pay. They didn't have money. And then he said, you know, could you please turn down your music? Not could you wear earphones? Like, it was loud. And they said, sure, and they didn't do it. And then they checked me right after, and I took out my card, and it shows TTC chair. And they tapped, and they left, and then they just did the rest of the streetcar, and they just got off. They didn't pay their fares, and they didn't turn off their music. So I'm like, the fare inspectors are doing this knowing the chair is fully watching them, and it was just kind of like a whatever moment. And I can see, you know, what Colby was saying, why people get upset. I was upset when I saw that. And I can see passengers who are paying fares being like, what's the point? If we're not even gonna do it properly, we should just not do it at all. Because it's just spending money and we're not actually seeing good results. So I do share the concerns of my colleagues where it doesn't seem like there's any, you know, real movement that's been done on this. And, you know, I've also talked to the fare inspectors, and, you know, they want to do their job. I've talked to them separately. There was a group of them checking on the 505 Dundas. They want to do their job, but, you know, they feel like they don't have the proper power to do it, where if they say, where's your fare? They know someone can just say, screw off, I'm not paying you my fare. And they know there's nothing they can do. And that's a very demoralizing feeling of why you wouldn't want to get involved and why you just sort of throw up your hands. So, you know, we really do need to take this seriously. It's hard to justify freezing fares and increasing public money for TTC when, you know, we're sort of leaving $140 million on the table and not really doing anything. It's hard to build that public support for transit. So I'm very, very pleased to see the motion from Commissioner Sachs and to see the Auditor General's recommendations and, you know, really holding our feet to the fire on, you know, getting this right. So thank you. I said that. I said our feet. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So a motion on adopting, yes, there's only one. And then the item is amended, yeah. So all those in favor of adopting the motion put forward by Commissioner Sachs? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And that concludes the business of this meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Sacks, thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carried. We are adjourned. Thank you.